Many of the feeling of being trapped.
Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in on initial facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
feeling of being trapped.
Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in on initial facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
2024 is history, but the fire of battle has just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the limited Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fight yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
And one last day for them to get all those points they can to make it through this. And they try to make it to the grand finals. This is the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. I'm Tash at Contra, your casters for today.
And today is going to be such an important day for all the teams out there to back in more points to ensure they lock in for the grand finals that will be happening within 2 weeks' time. And yesterday's one, we saw a lot of amazing performances coming in from teams like BTR as well as CD Alliance, where they were chasing each other tooth and nail, round per round, in order to secure that top spot. And I believe that other teams are also gunning for them heading into this day 2.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting day as we see a lot of teams that we expected to be at the very tippy top are just not performing, and I'm not sure whether it's an outplay or rather a slow day for them. But then again, some of these teams, especially Team Secret, Boom Esports, as well as VPE, are very capable of comebacks. They can go very massive in terms of points and aggression as well, and I'm wondering what adjustments they have figured out last night, given the fact that yesterday was more of a slow day for them. But coming into today, what's really exciting is the fact that you did mention before, BTR as well as CD Alliance just neck to neck. These are teams that you would see in the middle of the pack, not necessarily on top, but the fact of the matter is, perhaps this season, the format, the shorter duration, maybe just does wonders on their mind and playstyle.
Yeah, and it's so great to actually see them adjust from the group stages and then really show all of their cards on the weekend. Of course, if you guys are joining us here for the very first time, we have a whole lot to cover as this tournament offers a whopping $200,000 US for a prize, as the point system is over on the left side of your screen. That has been around since the past couple of years already. 10 points for a chicken dinner, and the number depletes depending on position. And of course, today will be the very final day for our first week, and will be going to be for all these teams to rack up as much points as possible to qualify for the grand finals throughout the Super Weekend. Next week's group stage is definitely going to look pretty interesting as we'll be playing on Smash Rules.
Yeah, Smash Roll is a very interesting one. I think a few other titles have also implemented this, and there's a reason why. It actually keeps the game very competitive, given the fact that Saturday of next week will be the day where the team who gets the highest points will get their points plus by 10. So on Sunday, the team to beat that rule and get that chicken dinner means that the day will end, and the day might be shorter. Who knows? Let's see how it goes. Regardless, it is a very, very complicated, not complicated per se, but I would say it's a lot more competitive if you think about it, because after not only will they have to reach match point, they also need to get that chicken dinner. So long as that team that sets the bar on Saturday does not get a chicken dinner on Sunday, we keep going up until 8 matches.
That's right, and I guess that the points have already been set since yesterday, and you got to add 10 points on top as well, as the teams will definitely have to work even harder. And that means 80 points needs to be achieved on those weekday runs next week, because BTR have definitely set the bar up high.
Yeah. And I have to say that BTR looks more explosive. It's more explosive for one game that really surprised every one of us, and then it's just constantly just making it through with enough points to make it to the end. And I think at most times as well, I think out of like the 6 matches we saw, I think at least 3 to 4 of them, they made it at least to the top 5. So that is a lot to talk about that. While CDI Lions, they're more about less bombastic, more consistency. It's always a top 4, top 5, and 2 of them back-to-back chicken dinners. And I have to say they looked really good in Erangel yesterday. But right now is where things get a bit more dicey. Boom Esports, RRQ, known to be teams that at least makes it to the top 5, top 6, top 8. They're not really up there in the first page like they usually play. Like they're usually used to. And it's a very different predicament because especially for Boom Esports, right? They're a team that's bombastic, a team that's aggressive, a team that's always so dominating. I understand it's a big shuffle for them as well, changing up their coaching staff, but they did show us a comeback of the second day of the normal week. So is today going to be a repeat of that history?
I do believe that Boom Esports have plots of their own to be able to bounce back at least to a very stable manner in order to still be consistent to get themselves enough points for the next Super Weekend. Whereas CD Alliance was not going to be that team that really shows us everything during the group stages, but on this weekend, every single round they've been able to back those double digits, have been super consistent throughout the course of that Saturday run. So I'm hoping to actually see CD Alliance to bring that same level of performance. While VOIN Donkey, surely they have had their steady run, but by the end of yesterday's night, we actually see them also contest for that chicken dinner. They've been calm and composed, and I love the way that they've been able to position, but BTR always have posed big threats to all the teams out there, so we're definitely going to get some high octane action moving to today's final day of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we can all speculate, we can all make our, I would say, our predictions about these teams, but I think it's just been so unpredictable how these teams play. We have an idea, or I would say a benchmark of what we can expect to see, but sometimes there are situations where teams like ENAM SEMBILAN just completely take over with the third parties. MEC suddenly manages to overwhelm teams and just take things, further ahead. We have a situation where I think it was MEC losing their entire team early with only 1 player left. I think it was Mikiel managing to at least steal 10 before making it to the top 5. So I think because of how unpredictable these matches are, and I think it's great that it's unpredictable because it shows a different level of competitiveness, and I think it changes the trajectory of how PUBG Mobile has been throughout these years. It's always been a domination of Boom Esports, Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, the usual suspects, but now it's really hard to really pinpoint who exactly would be running away. But for now, we have 2 teams already. It's BTR, it's CD Alliance, and what more can I say about that?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a whole lot more that we can cover on that. While, of course, you guys can check out all these latest updates in PUBG Mobile, where we are celebrating the 7th anniversary with a music collaboration with a very familiar friend. And that is happening next week, so you guys can keep your eyes peeled and, of course, ears wide open to know who exactly this is. And he's always dropped bangers after bangers of hits, and I'm sure that you guys will be able to appreciate a whole lot of that. While we have appreciated all these performances coming in from all the teams that have performed throughout the course of the week, Of course, we definitely want to thank TECNO for bringing us all these amazing action, and make sure you guys actually check out what they have to offer, because TECNO so far has this ultra powerful smartphone for you to game all day. With a POVA 6 Pro 5G, powered by a fast processor and a 120Hz ultra smooth display, your gaming experience can be super responsive and lag free. So make sure you check out their stores to find out even further.
That's true. And I think when we think about these kind of phones as well, I think it's really important to note that these players are currently using these phones on the big stage. So it does show a little bit of a benchmark of what we can expect from their playstyle and also the game as well. Now, onto this match now. We already saw the maps already. We saw the stock standard stuff, Sanhok, 3 air angles, and 2 Miramars. I think for Sanhok, as much as I want to say, okay, it's Boom's esports map, I think it's really important to say that this week at all, we did not see a single chicken dinner from Boom Esports on that map. Rather, it's been a little bit more sporadic throughout the entirety of games. I think VOIN Donkey had one of the most successful maps for Sanhok as well. But I think for consistency's sake, BTR as well as VOIN Donkey and CD Lines have been consistently getting there. And we saw some close situations from Sem9 as well. Not quite there, but for me, my prediction today comes from 2 teams which I feel really need to pop off, and 1 team that's been consistent, but I would love to see them come up on top.
Yeah, I agree. And overall, I guess the names that we've listed have at least put up some really decent track records, in the sense where even if they don't get that chicken dinner, usually in South Sanhok, they will at least rack about 5 points or above. So I'm definitely very hopeful for all the things that we've been able to at least predict or come pretty close. Hope you guys had your predictions correct so far. OSJA TH definitely have been an interesting squad that has been newly promoted into this brand new season of the PMSL, and so far they've been consistently in the top 5 ratio throughout the group stage, throughout the Super Weekend. As much as there's no chicken dinners whatsoever coming in from yesterday for OSJA TH, but I'm very excited to see if they could actually pull one for today.
Yeah, I think it's really important to talk about as well about what we expect. I think there are some of these teams, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe they just thrive more under pressure. Who knows, right? Like for me personally, I thrive more when it's closer to deadline when it comes to homework, but we don't talk about that when it comes to homework, right? Yeah. So anyways, I feel like these teams, there are some of these teams, they do insane what is these last moment comebacks, because it's the idea that, oh my gosh, we're in the last day. We are like at the very bottom. What should we do? What should we change? And it's not really been about change. It's just a hero plays that change trajectory. I see a lot of hero plays happening, especially from VPE, especially from Boom Esports. But let's see whether or not these hero plays can turn into something more than that. I want to see chemistry. I want to see crossfires. And most importantly, I want to see the power of friendship. This is Sanhok first map today, coming right at you.
Well, speaking of homework, we've probably gone way past that for our age, but I hope that these teams, though, have done their homework throughout the course of the night, where they have to make certain adjustments, and like you also mentioned, where exactly are their mind being set for certain teams that are currently placed on the lower part of the standings. We look at all the newly promoted teams like MEC, ENAM, SEMBILAN, where they look really hot when it comes out to group stages when they have that pressure put upon them. And I believe that it's really down to the mindset of how they actually play the game. So during the group stages, they were battling for survival. They gotta implement the same strat once again. And for other teams, they're having a strat of their own. Boom Esports drops directly on top of Team Secret, and they're ready for the brawl.
Huge and very aggressive Pombe with that first contact, walking straight up, and they're playing so close to each other this time, making sure they don't get isolated, don't allow themselves to get picked off one by one. So losing one member of Team Secret this early could be a deal breaker, but definitely something that won't stop them, in my opinion. I think when you look at Team Secret, Frankie especially has just been such a big impact to this team. He's able to just really save teams from moments that shouldn't be won. He's able to just kind of appear at last moment situations where you're just like, where the heck did Frankie come from, and how the heck was he able to just sweep the whole team out of the way like that? I'm not really understanding this, but he's always going to be there to support them.
Yeah, overall, they at least still have these 3 core members still intact. So it's just a little bit of a hiccup coming into the early span of the round, while Boom Esports are happy to at least get a little bit of a head start with that very swift first blood that they've managed to acquire. Now, Shopper QQ so far have been one of the most impressive players coming in from OSJA TH. Now was challenged by Tops, and Tops, he was running out in the open. He did not spot out Shopper QQ, so that is going to be another pickup. This time over on the outskirts. Very unlikely of Team Secret, or should I say Team Flash, would be taken out just like that, but they were definitely poking their noses into some unfamiliar grounds, and therefore they have been able to be punished by the likes of OSJA TH. So, for the moment, Team Flash, they're walking on open grounds. I don't really see that many loots on their hands just about yet. They definitely have to get a little bit more of that safety net, and I really do wonder where will the trajectory of the circle hold all these players, because we have yet to actually see the first phase of the zone. KAGENDRA already moving all the way across, so I believe that all these teams who are being so active so early are bound to take that space in the central ground to just gain a whole lot more of.
Shows their cards. Golf 3 keeping very quiet. Achul on one end already, so they can completely crunch this area. And Golf 3 is not put in a position where he's allowed to play these CQCs, forced to vacate the premises and just walk straight into every single member of KAGENDRA's crosshairs. But TEM is finally here, finally racking up the numbers and taking up the space. Ichan's knocked down already. Zip, he goes huge, but he cannot hold on. They're isolated. They cannot play off each other here. They can't activate the meat grinder. And because of that, it's so easy to dwindle down the numbers of TEM.
Oh boy, just look at how speedy KAGENDRA is, and now the next challengers come on board. It is D-Saber that will rush through with Nate as well as Lamborghini. They managed to get the first contact and gets another knock over on back end. It's only down to Casper as well as Achul. They try to get a little bit more cover, and Casper managed to get right into the vehicle, but it is too late to kickstart that engine. And Achul will just have to fend off by himself as he dashes away with that buggy. Quite a proactive play coming from the side of the Savior to be able to just navigate around the map, cures all those gunshots, and immediately pounce upon them. Now, DX walks away with those clean 3 points.
Huge, honestly. The Xavier... This fight on this one is also really exciting if you think about it. And I think we've seen the situation yesterday, haven't we, Contra, where we saw one team in a crater get completely swarmed by another team, and then as they took over that crater, another team swarmed them, and then after that team finally got into the crater, another team swarmed them. It's giving deja vu from yesterday. I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, and especially with the tempo of play shifting to be so fast-paced. Usually, even when it comes down to Sanhok, they will at least wait till stage 1 is actually closing up, but right now we're already seeing almost 2 teams battle. I say almost because KAGENDRA is only left with 1 member remaining, while a lot of all the other squads, they are still playing stock standard. They are having a very steady one. As for ENAM SEMBILAN, they got themselves that first pointer to eventually race up against even the likes of RRQ. Now, what was also interesting from yesterday was that I have a lot of expectations on. Surely, we've talked a lot about Boom. We've talked a lot about some names like even Team Flash. But TEM as well as RQ, they are not exactly in the right spot possible as well when it comes down to how they usually play out their weekend runs. Is RQ so far has been the team that has consistently qualified for Super Weekends and still be at least in the middle of the pack. It's definitely jarring to see them at the bottom right now, but speaking of which, I guess this is where they really have to take every single opportunity. And these 2 teams that I just talked about, they're bound to meet each other on this form of the rotation as they're just by the outskirts of Quarry. I do assume that this region of the circle coverage will be around that Quarry region, which is why a lot of teams are hunkering down throughout Bond, throughout even areas like Boot Camp. So it's still too soon to tell where exactly it's going to end up.
Honestly, at this point, why am I even questioning, these early starts for these maps? Honestly, I think about Sanhok, I think about early fights, aggression, fighting for the middle area. And honestly, it's just so different today. I thought it would change the pace of the game right now, especially since it's the final day, final match before the end of the first Super Weekend. That hasn't happened yet. The only team that's really gotten active right now is Boom Esports. They've gotten aggressive just now against TEM, and now they're getting more aggressive against OSJA. They have their sights on OSJA, but it doesn't seem like OSJA wants to play. Some nades come through, so at least Zero has been knocked down already, and Red Bull, he's doing great. He's just playing ring around the rosy on this rock. Long range fights across the map means that Boom Esports cannot hold on, cannot play off each other. And this cover just kind of allows him to just take his time on how exactly he wants to approach these fights. Yummy, in the midst of that rotation, in the midst of that reposition, will be punished. But with his life right now, and OSJA, they're thinking, okay, let's just take up more space here. Look how aggressive Richard X is. Straight to the face, but does he know that Yummy was there for him? He read that like a book.
Yeah, that was super clean. Despite Yummy having to deal with some initial troubles coming from the side of Red Bull, they tried to actually send members towards Yummy to give him a little bit more of a hustle, but he's always so sharp. You gotta give it to this gentleman that has been the backbone of Boom Esports. Meanwhile, I was about to compliment on how well OSJA was actually playing all these long range kind of trades, especially with their wide position that they actually took. But we always know that when you do have a player to be knocked in such a position, it's always going to be hard to even get some exchanges to go your way. So that's one loss for the side of OSJA TH, while we have bombardments happening. I mentioned that RQ was drawing it to a close up against Team Flash, and now they both meet up over on the corner of Camp Bravo. They gotta wrap this one quickly because the last I checked inside of Camp Bravo, there's still a couple of teams like Boom Esports not too far off, but they definitely have battles of their own. Therefore, they are going to be seeing whether if they could just slowly find their first opening pick. Back grenade now. Lobright does actually chip over on the corner of Lapar. Sends him all the way back, and I guess it's just going to be a slow tirade of trades coming in, but no full commitment whatsoever coming from the two of them. Vampire Esports finally marching from the north side. It seems like they will still have plenty of room to actually play off from the last that we saw over on the mini-map. Vampire Esports, so far, still remaining pretty steady, but they haven't had their pop-off game just yet from yesterday's run. Understandably so, they definitely have made a lot of adjustments when it comes down to rounds after rounds. They brought in Newsy, certain rounds they play Tony K, and yeah, I guess they're just trying to find their rhythm, and hopefully they've already figured out something, because this is going to be the final 6 maps of play.
eArena is a very interesting team. I mean, I think it was great hearing you hype them up. I think we both have seen, what this org means, especially in Thailand, and seeing them kind of expand to PUBG Mobile is really huge for me. But what I wasn't expecting is how big of an impact they would be in this league, only given the fact that they just joined. And I wouldn't say it's a new roster per se, but it is quite a new put together team. So chemistry-wise looks good as well. NC2 especially has been so fun to watch. The way he takes up space, the way he goes aggressive. You can rely on him for individual brilliance, and you can also rely on him to put that firepower in when you pull away the attention of other teams away from him.
True enough, and overall, NC2 works so well in all these clutch situations where, whether if it's close range, long range, you name it, and many a times, he's always going to be the last surviving member for the side of eArena to hold those points back. So clutch coming in from that player. And also, when you pair him with Joker, this is a devastating duo that you don't want to face up against. And MBC, they managed to spot a little glimpse out of eArena and chose not to actually trade for far too long. CD Alliance this time around, they are taking a very slow approach, and they are looking around the south side of the blue zone, cutting the corners of Lakawi. If they go further, they can actually restock with a supply crate that is being dropped right there. While we have only a couple teams inside of the zone, there's still plenty of lead space, which is why maybe the tempo has dropped for a little tad bit since the early span of rounds. We saw the big gate crashes onto TEM, KAGENDRA. Also, TH, I mean, I'm kind of surprised they slowly got withered down by the rest of Boom Esports, only left with one member remaining, while D-Savior, they tried to cut their way across. They found themselves a really good spot, but it is in the middle of 3 other teams, so they really have to get themselves some cover. While Vampire Esports, they drive right through, and they will be met with a couple of stray bullets coming out of Team Flash. So it's now going to be a 3-way battle: RQ, Flash, and VPE.
Very aggressive right now from this team. Mormon eats the full force of that gun to his face, so he will fall as well. Now, for me personally, I was expecting and gunning for VPE to actually take this one, but their positioning was just so unlucky. The amount of teams that's here over at camp is just rough. RQ is here, Flash is here, a lot of damage coming through, and it's been the same theme yesterday where we see big teams get kind of like sandwiched in between 2 to 3 teams. The middle one will fall first, and then one team just kind of like devours the other. But Flash yesterday, they didn't really have the best of days, and the same could be said about RRQ. So both teams here in a position where they really want to be able to not only overcome this, survive a lot longer, as well as get the amount of elimination points to really just propel them forward. It's definitely possible, and the same could be said about MEC, but the opening is just so good right now from Tiger. Almost takes the head of Keem, and he is just running away with his tail between his legs.
Oh, wow. He was lucky enough he had that stone for cover for the meantime, but the rest of eArena, they're also pushing right through. So quickly enough, Keem managed to at least recover his health. NC2, he's feeling very eager with that form of approach. And now that kind of leaves very little space for MEC to play on over on the hillside. They're forced to retreat, forced to take that cover and refuge over on these compounds. And I guess that this is just going to be the kind of stance that MEC will take throughout the entire course of the game if continuously eArena puts this kind of pressure. Now, I want to go back to Vampire Esports as well. Like, I think from yesterday, as well as today, they are taking all these wide rotations, which seem them basically having a whole lot of troubles. And by the time that they landed inside Camp Bravo earlier, they couldn't actually make that decision whether to fight or to actually just continue their journey, which is why you see that scattered approach. They were all singled out by the rest of RRQ, and that's not exactly a good look. If they actually were to corral and take up a fight, they could have actually stood a better chance. But that circle, ooh, it does look good, especially for the guys of RRQ and Team Flash.
This is interesting right now. EA and MEC have been at this terrain for quite some time already. MEC hasn't really been actively trying to move away either. I think they're just so eager to kind of get this pick off onto eArena. But eArena, they have some great protocols on how exactly to kind of deal with teams that are gatekeeping them. It's a lot of patience. It's a lot of just kind of like cover fire as well, and then suddenly when you least expect it, they completely overwhelm you. One knock is all it takes for them to completely just rush up forward. It's very, I would say it's very direct, very straight to the point, but it's also very overwhelming, just like these shots from Keem. He's going huge right now. I've never seen him go this aggressive against the members of BTR, and Tom is looking huge right now. They're overwhelmed, so it's 1-for-1 at the very least. They lost Ryzie already, but Snape finds one to his name. At the very least, both teams are on equal ground, as Federales and Satarles have to go for the resets from the smokes as well. Clears out the close angles of the top side with those nades, but Lancy, he wants to go aggressive here. He spotted out Snape on the one end. He knows where Federales is, but you know what Federales does? He jumps out, he shoots you in the face. Not just like that, Tom falls, Houseby falls, and everything just collapses. MEC cannot hold on.
For a moment, I thought that MEC could successfully go in for the push, especially with Lantizi's position right there. He was so eager to actually go through the smokes, but Federales, always so sharp. He managed to once again save the day, make it still their round to be able to puncture through opponents right there. So now, the tally looks to be 73 points at the top, while eArena getting caught out as ENAM swerves in from the back. They're joining rather late, and they were absolutely overwhelmed. eArena still has 3 players, though, despite early on with the arrival of BTR as well as the rest of the members of MEC. eArena are still holding it through just fine. So they will definitely have to think about alternatives to actually make their run away from that corner, but they still want to pick up that fight. They managed to take down Joker. While SEM9 gets clipped, it's going to be VTR that will take that opportunity to slowly wither them down, while Yummy May goes on OSJA TH. That will be the rest of OSJA TH as they only walk away with that 1 point. And just look at how crowded this south side is. BTR, they are going to gatekeep the rest of SEMBILAN from moving forward. That's going to be Kenny down, Yuhai to follow suit next. Fearon over on the top. He's only going to be able to do so much. Sundara's already dropping nades. Everybody wants a piece of SEMBILAN right now.
This cross is so hard. The trade is not making it easier either. Teams forced into these fights. Everyone's suffering heavy losses. Satarla's knocked down already, so not going to be able to be picked up. But BTR has done quite a lot of damage in the server. 5 pickups already. And as everyone's going into the rotates, you think you're going to be safe. You think you're going to move into terrain. You get sprayed out on the other end. It's really hard to really figure things out when there's too much chaos around you. It's so easy to get tunnel vision. And so Dara from the grass somehow managing to put in a bit of damage into NC2 as well as the rest of eArena, but no knocks, so they stay relatively healthy right now. Not the most aggressive or the most active eArena has been, but given the fact the circle is ping-ponging, given the fact how many teams are rotating in front of them, I would say that this is a W so far.
Yeah, for them to stay alive for so long compared to all the rest of the teams coming from the south, I take that any given day. But the days are flying through. Team Secret has arrived to the scene, withering down the members of RRQ. One tap is all it takes on all of these members, but it's a couple of whiffs coming from Jinky. He misses his chance, he misses that opportunity, but there's still plenty more of these RRQ members to be able to hold true. Lapar recovers, he also finds one. Jinky's already out, and things are not looking so good right now for the rest of Team Secret, only playing with these two team members while they are trying to even get a little bit more of that cover. It's only down to break, but we've seen what he is capable of. The rest of VOIN Donkey have also dropped right into Cam Bravo, and here comes the nades coming in from Vexy. It does not get us. Oh, that was beautiful from Break.
They still managed to recover their teammates as well. This is the guy that we've always kind of like hyped up and said, hey, when things go alright right now, look for Break. And things are definitely going alright. Is CD Alliance is just coming up on top here. BTR from one fight to another, not hold on, because CD Alliance is very much ready for them, going aggressive, looking to overwhelm. I'm pretty sure they're so aware right now where ENAM SEMBILAN is, where Xavier is, where EA are, but it's gonna be the kill stolen away. It's going to fall into Nate T's hands from Xavier. As the rest of CD Alliance here, they're stuck in the corner. They can't really push out quite yet because it's such a big open area in the front of them. If they were to push out, they're going to get completely sprayed by Xavier here. So patience is the way to go. And they also are very aware that there are other members from other teams like ENAM SEMBILAN that are looking to push. So perhaps waiting here could be a great thing for them. They could pick off some points. One elimination is huge. Could be, you know, the difference between a chicken dinner or not if you think about it. But Lamborghini waiting, eyes on Boom Esports. They need to come through, but it does not clip. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's going to be a long lob. And he goes wide, but he does spot out Thomas getting tagged by some other player out there. This could be a really good opportunity to stack away with 1 point, but that's going to be Therese to be covering it. While CD Alliance, they go in with the push. Xavier, they go on to this 2-2 split and find themselves in trouble as they were hoping to take a lot more of that space coming from the south. And now it's only down to Nate T. He will crumble while Sundara with the last stand. He gets a knock onto Iftar. Not quite enough to take out CD Alliance just yet. 5 teams still remaining. We see it is crunch time for even the likes of VOIN Donkey as well as Team Secret, who weren't exactly pushed from position. They were forced to get themselves into the area of Camp Bravo, and now pretty much got themselves stuck into a very tough corner to actually rotate out from. Whereas Boom Esports, they remain strong with these 3 members, or should I say 4, and will have some angles up against CD Alliance. On the opposite end, they've also gathered just about enough intel up against Xavier. So I think that the biggest thorn in the flesh of these 2 teams definitely have to be CD Alliance, despite them not having the circle just yet.
Nate somehow managed to evade Vexy. I'm so surprised that he's just not moved at all from those 2 nades. Now for Team Secret, keeping it relatively safe as Vexy will be the next victim to those sprays. Pawnbit very aware all eyes onto the other members as well, but Xavier also will answer. It's just that one moment, right? When one team shows their hand, goes aggressive, you think they're gonna get a pick off, and immediately Xavier just playing reactive and saying, okay, let's shoot at them instead. And this is the most interesting thing about it all. CD Alliance just now, we didn't see them aggressive, we didn't see them super active. They were very quiet in the beginning, but I have to say that as soon as they start to show their hand, show their positioning, it's very much over for these teams. As Frenzy, huge knockout to Lamborghini, one of the heavy hitters for Xavier that could put a number onto them, and Adit is stuck literally between a rock and the blue zone. As Leon's, I think he is going to try and figure out whether or not he can go a little bit closer to his teammate, provide a bit of cover, maybe play off each other. No, I don't think so, because Adit here is stuck and his teammate needs to be picked up. Yummy already with one pick off to himself, and now we're down to our top two.
So little space for them to actually work with. The other two members on the far end has also been not by the play zone as well. It's really down to Leon's right now, which have a little bit more of that spacing, which will not be attacked by Yummy just yet. He is trying to cover a little bit of fire to provide enough space for Arctic to get by. 2 versus 2, as I don't think that they will actually get the saves over onto Iftar either. So
Nah,
they have to cut their losses right now.
That's
It's
crazy.
all open space, and Yummy's gonna go out for the push. He has that confidence, but Adit spots him running all across. Tags over on the side of the Frenzy. Yummy now being caught by Leon's and CD Alliance. They can look for that ticket there, and they will get it in return.
That's honestly crazy, because at one point just now, just for a glimpse of a moment, it looked like Boom Esports had that in the bag. I saw the high risk, high reward play that Yummy wanted to do by crossing the road and taking up the space. The understanding that Adit Luke is stuck. He cannot move right now, so the best way forward is to go aggressive. But what he doesn't realize that Adit Luke has been great at relaying the information. He says, hey, I hear someone pushing toward us. Swing out right now. And as soon as that happened, his teammates swung out, got the pickup onto Yummy, and it's all about the end. It's all about just working together and finding that last possible member. Do not allow him to come close and isolate these fights. It's very stock standard, it's very straight to the point, but these micro mistakes cost Boomies the game. But for CD Alliance, it's such a great moment because it's a great recovery from them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Boom Esports, at least this is a top 2 finish at where they have definitely had a little bit of slump coming from day 1 of the Super Weekend. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they continue on their dominating spree, where I saw them play from that high hill. They came in rather late compared to the rest of the teams, and they capitalized on that situation when other teams have been weakened out, where we saw eArena, BTR, and SEMBILAN, they were all battling, and they took over control. After that, as much as Xavier wanted to expand their wings to try to challenge CD Alliance, it did seem like it all worked out because some of these members were actually preoccupied with even Boom Esports trying to tag over onto Xavier. So the big names that we mentioned early on, they are at least showing us that they still have a whole lot of fight in them. And of course, for CD Alliance, it's another dominating spree, and we will definitely want to take a look at what went on in South Sana.
Great opening from CD Alliance to really set the tempo of the day, and I'm really liking what they have in mind on how exactly they want to approach the sign-up map. Boom showing us that resurgence that we were all hoping to see on day one. It happened today. The usual stuff, the usual script, but come on, Boom Esports, you gotta stop giving us these heart attacks. Wake up!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Bees has awoken right now, and usually when they finish on second, they will have the fire burning inside them, and then the next round they come back even stronger than before. So who knows if they are going to mull onto more teams heading into the bigger maps, Erangel and Miramar later on. But let's check out some stats. I definitely think that Leon's was the MVP of that round. He was providing that cover fire to giving him enough safety net to eventually trade right back against Yomi, and because of his pick, they managed to turn the tides around. Surely he has done just about enough damage. It's not on the crazy high numbers, but it definitely suffices when you are put in such a sticky situation where they were literally, like you said, right, on the rock, on the play zone, by the edge of the play zone, and they still made it happen.
It's looking good right now for CD Alliance. I think it's great. It's interesting to see how teams have kind of changed up the way they play. CD Alliance, they're still going through that same trajectory. Eliminations first, prioritizing on their positioning, and then making it to that top 5 finish. Boom Esports today, a little bit more active. And I think, I'm not really sure what adjustments they've done because we didn't really get to have a bird's eye view on everything they've been doing. But today, their takes and how they fight have been a little less aggressive, a lot more controlled, I feel. And it allowed them to survive a bit longer. I see the understanding of what they want to do, which is go aggressive and get active from the beginning and take fights, did happen today. But I think they're starting to pick and choose their opponents.
Yeah, which is really important for them to just focus onto the targets, get those confirmed points, and now are steadily climbing back over onto the middle of the pack at the very least. While CD Alliance, with this massive win, they now overtake BTR. Despite BTR also securing 7 points in this round, D-Saver still remaining very, very consistent as they add a total of 68 points to the block. Whereas we also have seen improvements coming in from Team Secret as well as Boom, and now they are pretty much stacked against each other with the tie of 36 points.
MEC and ENAM SEMBILAN still at the bottom of the barrel. We saw flashes of brilliance from ENAM SEMBILAN, MEC just now, and I think that this is a big problem for MEC. They always come to this moment, they got 3 knocks, and there's that one member left alive from the other team. But they just cannot seem to tie up those loose ends. They lose in a 2v1 situation, they lose their 1v1s, and in this situation, when you're not able to tie up loose ends, especially when you know in PUBG Mobile, you are in a situation that if you do not secure those kills, you do not get those elimination points, that's the biggest problem right now. And I think for MEC, perhaps forget about try to bait your teammates and leave them alive for too long. Just get the knock and just secure those kills, because at this point you are not getting that conversion in terms of points despite how many fights you're taking.
I agree, and MEC, they look to be a little bit too passive. We saw them with that confrontation against eArena. Since the start of the map, they haven't really try to even go for a full maneuver to take on the rest of eArena, given so much room for eArena to eventually dominate that south side of the area. So of course, that being wrapped up, CELCOMDIGI Alliance currently is the leaders of the pack. So we'll see whether if that continues to be the case when they play the next 5 matches. And within this time frame of 2 weeks, we will have our grand finals to be played once again in Malaysia, as it will be held in IOI Mall in Putrajaya. So make sure you set your calendars, as we will have a grand finals that will definitely set a huge tone for the teams that will be playing there. Definitely you get to meet all of your favorite stars, and of course have a good time with your friends here in the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring Finals.
I still can't believe that we have another week to go before this. It feels like forever. Regardless, pause because we have something that's updating in the game very, very soon. And it's coming in the PUBG Mobile version 3.7. It's the Memory of Sand, which is happening this month. Oh my god, it's already... Is it already March? It's already March, Contra! Where did time go? It was just Valentine's Day!
Well, I didn't celebrate Valentine's Day, so I felt like it definitely passed really quickly. And judging that, February usually shorter than the rest of the month, so it absolutely
it's a
flew
longer
by.
one this year, though. It's a longer one this year. 29. By one day. Just by one day.
Were you pulling a prank on me? Because I look at my calendar, you only have 28. Is it leap year already?
I don't know what you're talking about. Shh, don't tell them I'm gaslighting, guys.
Oh boy.
Regardless,
What a way to start a day.
I'm sorry, Contra. I mean, right now in Malaysia, it's thunderstorming. The games were a little bit more slow. I had to up the notch. I had to keep you on your toes. What can I say, right? Just kidding.
At least I managed to notice that. It's like, oh, you can't fool me. It's not April
I
Fool's
know.
yet.
He's too quick,
It's
guys.
not April.
He's too quick, guys. I can't do anything about that. But enough joking around, because here's where things get serious. Because we're going to Erangel, where our predictions are... Okay, we have one the same. I mean, let's be real here, Contra. That CD Alliance is a very, very safe prediction. We don't want safe, Contra. We want controversial. What's the controversy?
If I wanted it to be safe, I'll put it on the first game, right? And I will get it right. 2 in a row is kind of hard to do, especially BTR is going to answer back. They definitely want to hunt them down if given the option to. So I would say, yeah, we're kind of going safe for a little bit, but since both of us voted for Vampire Esports, I feel like, once again, they're trouble throughout the weekend run. It's just the rotations. This team can fight. They can actually draw blood, but every time they rotate, they run into somebody.
So true, Queen. Can I call you Queen today? It's the last day again.
Queen, King,
Queen.
Anything in between. I'm fine
Wow.
with it.
Okay, but honestly, for me, I keep putting preds on VPE because I believe in them. I know what they're capable of. The combination between Mormon as well as 20K has been great, but I agree with you. That rotation has been such a big problem for them. Granted that this weekend has had one of the hardest pools of circles I've seen in a long time. We've seen, that Miramar circle that pushed all the way down to the southern western part of the map, where half the map is just unaccessible. Wow, I can't English today clearly. And that moment where we have a circle that's straight up smack dab in the middle of crater, it's not the easiest of situations. But if I want to say, oh my gosh, it's so unlucky for VPE, but the thing is, there's still another 15 teams that are going through the same thing. It's just what's going on here. What are the calls? What's the idea? And I'm just kind of surprised at, I think when we talk about 2023, 2024 VPE, it's about aggression, it's about speed. I'm not seeing that here today.
Yeah, at least not just yet, right? I would just maybe just give them a little leeway to say, oh, Zadok, small space to work with, tough for certain rotations. Okay, but yesterday, Erangel, Miramar, it was a similar trend. I feel like VPE is the type of team that needs to hold a certain area and then fight. And that is where they actually show most of their strengths, rather than getting their way around trying to actually quickly respond to other teams aggressing towards them first. But if they were the initial aggressors, things usually look greater for the side of Vampire Esports. I saw a glimpse of Federales. I'm not sure if he's listening to music or he's meditating, but I love the sheer focus that we have on this young prodigy that is now taking the world by storm by being in BTR.
Okay. Another team that I was really excited to see on action, RRQ. I think in the beginning of this week, they looked great. They looked really clean. Some hesitation in their team fights, but the potential was definitely there. And then after that, they went quiet. Thoughts?
I definitely think that they are slowly warming up to what they could potentially bring up to the table. So there's definitely a whole lot more that they could potentially offer when it comes down to, having a better angle of fights, hitting into what we last saw in South Sanok as well. So I guess it's just certain adjustments necessary for them to still pull up full potential coming out of that said squad. Now, that being said, overall, we only got a couple of seconds left before we get into our next matchup. Well, OSJA Esports, another team that at least have been making their ways into another consistent top 4 finish, is going to be able to still, once again, prove to us whether if they have high impact in this Erangel match.
Okay, we talked about all these things. Yummy, I still feel is like the biggest backbone for Boom Esports, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is the one to make things change again. Can he pull his team all the way to the finishing line as we go into our first air angle today? Well, let's see.
Here we go once again into your classic map of Wrangle. This is the first one for day 2 of the Super Weekend. This time the flight is pretty skewed over onto the eastern corner map. That's Mount Salver heading into Sonoska military base. So it will be a tough look for names like Vampire Esports, eArena. A lot of the Thai teams that would love to drop over onto the Western Plains, right? They don't really have that access. I wonder what is their take onto moving around inside of this the second game. So this is definitely going to be a change of pace perhaps for these teams who needs to go for these outdrops, but for the rest of them I think it's going to be absolutely fine. We are already seeing BPE adjusted to take over Kameshki, and they kind of take over the space from VOIN Donkey, and that leaves VOIN Donkey to try to swerve towards the top end of Mount Salver as well as the back end of the hill to slowly loot off from. So that's kind of like half the resources gone for VOIN Donkey.
You know, I was expecting VOIN Donkey to just kind of steamroll their way forward since day 1 was just like such a great day for them. But I'm glad that my expectation was wrong in my opinion. Because it's always fun to see other teams come up on top. Okay, great. Very, a circle that is in the middle where you fly both through each other. Great. The only teams that's going to suffer a little bit are the ones who drop by SMB. But I don't think there's any teams waiting on the other side of that bridge, so I don't think we're gonna be seeing any bridge fights, at least not from SMB, happen quite yet. So that's gonna be cool right now. MEC this time. Okay, Mikiel coming in and Kim going out. Can my boy Mikiel the Prodigy bring us in a 1vx from the beginning of the game to the end with 10 elims again, part 2?
I really do hope so.
It's gonna be a movie, Contra. It's gonna be a movie. Starring Mikiel.
What will be the title of the movie if it stars Mikiel? I mean, he looks like someone who could be part of Police Evo.
Right? Wait, hang on. Let me calculate. Okay, the Police Evo, Mikiel rushes up forward here. But he goes aggressive. And ENAM SEMBILAN running for their lives. Without a single hair on his head. He makes it work. Vault buff in-game.
Wow. That was perfect, Tash. I mean, he knew that you were hyping him up so much, and he had to create that moment.
It's a movie. What can I say?
It is that perfect scene where he's just chasing some bad guy down. I'm like, okay, job's done. Who's next? You know? Wow. Okay, Mikiel definitely is the mover of the team, right? And it started to make sense where we were just scrutinizing MEC for a little bit back in Sanok. Then we start to notice, hey, Mikiel's not playing. Then, yeah, they definitely know that this guy needs to keep on performing in every single match. So they brought him back in. So it's great that they didn't actually sub him for much later so that he can still really put in these points for the side of MEC, who now finds themselves at the bottom. So hopefully do you call him an inspector? So what's his ranking in this movie? Well, where does he place? Inspector General?
I was gonna say he's the lone wolf who works alone, doesn't have a partner, you know.
Detective? Sounds like a detective to me.
Yeah. And like the whole place was just like, oh, you gotta have a partner, buddy. And he goes, I'll work alone. Because, you know, that 1vx that he did the other day, you know, we're going with storylines here, but we're movifying it. I'm sorry.
I'm fine with it. I mean, like, we can movify the other 15 teams as well if we want to, but right now, I don't know what kind of movie is TEM in, but it really feels like it's the kind of somber movie where, you know, things works out fine in the beginning, and then like things start to crumble. Sounds like a romance novel turned into a movie script or so. It just feels that way, if you ask me.
Maybe it's a movie about no hope, but hoping to find that last glimmer of hope. Maybe, I don't know, man. I mean, when you look at the scoring right now, you know, it's such a big gap, right? I mean, look at CD Alliance. It's 87. Then 10 points away is BTR. Then you look all the way to the bottom. It's MEC with 16. I mean, I was expecting by the time today has rolled around, we're gonna see at least 25 and above, all the way at the bottom of the rankings because of how aggressive some of these games are, how competitive some of these games are. But I have to say, when it comes to fights, I think we can easily identify which teams have firepower, which teams know how to fight as well, and the ones who can't. Well, the proof is in the points.
Yeah, I guess like they just have to play that long game, try to squeeze into the top four, and while we were talking about that, I finally found a movie title for Tem.
Okay.
Noah and the Lost Ark, just because they have the player Noah, right? So, yeah, I don't know if they lost the plot though. I still think that there is still that formula that they had, but they look so much better in the group stages. I start to feel like it's more so of a stamina run for some of these guys who have not been in the league for far too long, right? But it's also unfair to say because Tem has been playing for how many seasons now? Sure, there's roster shuffles and stuff like that, but it really feels like the tempo of play for Tem has been drastically slower than what they actually show us back into what we saw back in the group stages, where they were very eager to fight, they were very eager to take up a lot of that space, but not much being shown right now. But for Boom Esports, they are definitely back on track and now have already reached to the top 8. If they have another couple of good games, I'm not surprised if Boom can actually go for top 5.
Yeah. Anyways, coming into this one, Mikhail, nice terrain to play with as well. Shelter held on to, huge. Lots of terrain to work with as well. But MEC, I'm really hoping they don't go aggressive. I would love to see them play a more reactive style play. Every time they start these fights, they can't seem to hold on. They get overwhelmed so quickly. So I'm wondering, okay, maybe today's a more passive day. We have Tom on his own while the rest of the team sort of goes aggressive, just kind of takes up space. It's a nice cross, but very risky for Tom's situation if someone were to hit this compound.
Yeah, shelter grounds are not easy to play out from MEC, who's taking charge very early on. At least they managed to get a lot of all these team info passing through. So lucky that they are not actually swarming right in, because shelter doesn't really provide them all too much of a cover unless they were to go deep inside those bunkers, which isn't exactly advantageous in many of all these scenarios unless you hope to really dive deep into the tunnel, escape from another different point of the shelter grounds. Then that's an absolute different story. RQ, they move deeper across the mansion territory, whereas OSJA TH, they always take that mansion. So it is a good head start where we do see a lot of all these teams who be looking all around, still finding a little bit of their prime spot. Teams secret. This is definitely going to be a very important task for them to hold on to the south side, where you'll see areas like farm and a couple more teams to also cross over coming from Milta, but currently still no action whatsoever. It's just going to be the stock standard moving around coming into the stage 1 circle. So definitely we've set certain expectations onto SEM9, where they were performing at the equal rate of CD Alliance when it comes down to group stages, but CD Alliance definitely have surpassed them by a whole long yard. So I really do wonder if they could eventually keep up to that pace, especially heading into week 2 onwards, because that's going to be a kind of format that I do think that SEM9 tries in. The type that hunts first will be big victors for the format like Smash rules.
Only rotations. Nothing much going on, honestly. I feel like a lot of these teams haven't really gone for full fights either. I'm not surprised to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if we end the last, last circle with like maybe, 6 teams. Not last circle, but phase 6 till 8 with a lot more teams still very much alive. Excuse me. Only sprays this time around. It's expected. Shopper QQ knocked here as ENAM SEMBILAN getting active. Kryptonite's alone. He's so separated from his teammates, but you really gotta give it to him. He's always the player who wants to take that tip of the spear situation. He's always the one that's sharp as ever. He opens up that pickoff. He gets the knock on them as well. And the rest of his team, all they have to do is just collapse over. And that open fight that I expected OSJA to somehow come up on top because they were the ones that's in the mid of rotation, plus they were in vehicles. Somehow, Kryptonite did not get punished for that situation. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, me too. I mean, the rest of Austria, they were just merely passing by, and I guess like some of the members have overshot that they realized that, hey, this is not going to be a place that we can actually hold out for too long. They also do respect that there could be other teams watching from the far areas of this open space. Therefore, I guess it's a wise choice as well for Austria to just kind of cut their losses since Shopper is kind of in the dip area, which they also wouldn't really get a good view of. So that would have probably been a little bit more devastating for Aja TH, where they would still prioritize the overall health of the squad rather than to really try to gamble it over onto this early game. So not too shabby on why they have done so, but we kind of wish we actually get a longer standing fight coming from that scenario. VOIN Donkey, they were starting off from the Stalbert Hills, and now with a lot of space being cut off, they're going for a big wraparound heading to the east side this time. I really do wonder if they're going to be able to capitalize though, since they are holding on to high grounds.
Okay, getting proactive here, making sure to get rid of those vehicles. VPE as well. I wish I could really have like an overlook of the map just to really have an idea how these rotations are going. But for now, can only speculate, right? Because we do get glimpses of it after every few rounds. I'm quite surprised how separated the members of VPE are here, especially given the fact that they're prone to getting picked off so early. But at the same time, I understand maybe there's a lot of idea or reliance on Onsens. If say that they were getting attacked, you expect Onsens to provide that cover fire as well. Okay, here's the overview that I wanted to see right now. Coming in from Rozok, finally we have EA. I wouldn't think it's the hardest of rotations inside. They would have some cover of an area they can hold on to. Sem9 is concerning for me because that particular quadrant of that circle, since it's so close to school, I think there's like 2-3 different teams holding on to that area as well. So that concern for me is that not only is it going to be hard to rotate inside, but the possibility of DBS kills, CQCs, it's complicated, it's slow, and it's gonna be very rough. And speaking of rough here, RRQ, here's Genfos going very active right now, going straight into the den of Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash, they have not really moved away from their starting point, and now gets challenged by the rest of RRQ. Bose is rather far away as he tries to also rally through, coming up with a flank of his own. RRQ rushing right forward. We are looking to see whether if he could actually find something in return. He goes in for the ball top, but too little too late. Tops, he will be deteriorated first and foremost. Bose has got his position compromised as well. Lapar have already spotted him out. Zeus coming in with a wide angle flank, and the nades are also tossed towards his direction. I just love how well RQ is navigating this fight.
The weights, the hold is huge. Zeus, a lot of damage taken already here. But Lapar is very aware of Bo's positioning. Both players looking to trade off nades here. But right now, full control of the terrain and the situation, the compound, from RRQ. Keeping the members of Flash at bay. Flash did start off the week very strong, showed their fangs fairly early, and it feels like they had already shown too much too soon. Team already seem to understand how exactly to play against them as well, so that is something to watch out for. And the same could be said about VOIN Donkey. They're consistent, I have to say, not as bombastic as Day 1, but still exciting to watch them because I think these past few days, especially since yesterday, we haven't really seen Zeta come online.
Yeah, the only kind of game that we saw Zeta come online was the very final map of Miramar, and that is mainly a team play as well. So I guess that we won't really see too much of flashy kind of plays coming from Zeta for at least a couple of games until, of course, he is being put into a situation where he has to be the hero. While for the very least, VOIN Donkey, they do have the smarts to also play out all these long game hurdles, whether it's the early game or even the late game scenarios. I've always been impressed by their positioning overall, but when we talk about position, you can see that that location that VOIN is holding true will be a focal point for many of these teams to eventually go in for a challenge. And look at who's around them. These Savior CD Alliance, OSJA TH, they're gonna be in a little bit of a trouble, but we'll see how well can OSJA, or should I say, VOIN defend that territory.
Big rotation coming in from RRQ as well. Same could be said about Mika. Knocked down so quickly. BTR. That's nasty, Satar. What the heck is that? Nice high ground held. Managing to catch 2 in the midst of that rotation. Side by side. Usually it's the final member that gets knocked down and immediately lobbied. He's just active today. Gives a big opportunity for his teammates to rush up to that compound, wrestle it away from SEM9, and potentially get 2 more kills to their name. But as that's happening here, eArena looking to take over, goes aggressive, perhaps showed their hand a bit too soon, but Federales, he's ready, he gets active, he's so low, but somehow managing by the skin of his teeth to take 1 member of eArena away. But Joker is here, he wants answers, he fights back, he's so low right now, playing together side by side, not allowing these fights to be isolated. Risey will also fall, and eArena look to overcome the super team of Indonesia.
My, this is one of the early instances where BTR bow out, but you saw how quick of a response coming in from eArena to fight back. Despite them losing 1 through the hands of Federales, you saw the damage has already been done. And there's barely enough cover. We saw BTR, they initially want to strike down SEM9, and SEM9 definitely has eArena to thank for, as they have created that form of space for themselves. Now, we continue on with even more fights happening with eArena, this time challenged by the rest of Vampire Esports. They have just recovered in time, but not quite enough when you have a full stack just rushing upon you. That's still 4 points in for eArena.
Same themes recurring over and over. One team gets overwhelmed and another team just completely comes across from the other end and overcome. For some reason, this fight started off bad for SEM9, but because eArena decided to get active, they took over BTR and somehow was the savior for this Malaysian team. And now for RRQ, looking to find their Indonesian brethren on the other end here. Going aggressive, they've managed to lob these nades, put in a lot of pressure to them as well. Yeah, they have smokes to kind of play around, but Achul is knocked down solo already. Ichan barely surviving. They drive through. The blind sprays are a bit much, but somehow KAGENDRA holding on, not too long anymore though. Achul knocked down already. Ichan, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Needs to make something happen. Has to revive his teammates, but the firepower is too much. RQ, they look to overwhelm.
That was a beautiful spray coming from Lapar. True to Smoke, he already got in that perfect angle, and you saw Achil, he tried to actually go in for the revive until that play happened from RRQ. Boom Esports now finds a solidarity pickoff from Sandra, and that is just rough for the side of ENAM Milan, now only playing with a member left. Krypton's in a really good space, but that circle is shifting away from Krypton. He'll have to dive right into the zone. Now, even for the likes of VOIN, which we saw earlier, they were in the focal point of the majority of these fights. They have withered down to only 1 member remaining, it seems. Still, a really tough run for all these teams out there. There's just a lot of open space to maneuver upon. Krypton tries to go in for the last-ditch effort, cutting across, but does not get any form of refuge, will be taken out. Whereas Boom Esports, this is their time to shine. They have the whole North region to themselves, picking on the rest of Team Secret, who barely has enough cover. They're only prolling over onto their bellies, trying to keep themselves alive, and that was Zero with a beautiful tap to find Young T.
No place to move. Bows will bow out here along with his teammates. No elims. I saw Flash have some active moments there. They're the ones taking fights early. Hasn't been able to survive them. Move away. Meet another team. Boom Esports now. This is one of the most active I've seen them in the midst of these rotations. It's not huge rotations either. They take small space, they drop down, they get a pick off, and they move away. Yummy takes so much damage. His car is already on fire. But Zeta to hold. But he finds Zero, but he cannot do more than that. Boom Esports this new way of approaching fights is great, honestly. But CD Lions have been watching them for quite some time.
Yeah, it really looks great, but there's just so much eyeballs onto their rotations right now. Same could be said about the Savior, but at least they have been able to create a little bit more opening coming from the north. Marching up top to find the rest of Team Secret, and this is definitely not the space that he wants. Lambo spots two teams cutting into that same section, and we might actually see a three-way fight. Vampire Esports, far on the western plane, they should have just about enough safe space to not be within the crosshairs of D-Saber just yet. And teams just have to form bunkers using all these vehicles. There's just no buildings whatsoever around these hillside. And now it's all about anything that can get through the hills. And Tam, they will find a couple of members of OSJA Esports just hunkering down, getting themselves covered with only smokes for the meantime. Red Bull can still be revived, but it'll definitely take a lot of immense effort. Here comes Huey, though. He should be able to at least suppress whoever tries to trade right back upon them. But CD Alliance, to my surprise, they've been healthy throughout the course of the battle.
OSJA, okay. Red Bull, relatively healthy, has to go for the reset. VPE this time look a little bit more alive, and I'm liking this change of pace. Instead of kind of forcing fights going into CQCs or taking compounds, they decide to go all the way out in the open, show dominance, spread their wings. I think this is more of their signature style that they are used to in terms of success previously. Now Sem9, I talked about them being saved just now by another team. I doubt that their survivability will last much longer. They're in trouble in the midst of our rotation, getting peppered by so many bullets as well, out in the open. Rough situation to be in, excuse me. As CD Alliance, wow, this is great. Anyone rotating forward, they manage to get those pickoffs, manage to stop them in the mid rotation. They have a nice, I would say, compound at the side of the building as well. And now looking to overwhelm the entirety of MEC. Hasby falls, Mikiel good for one, but Mikiel cannot hold. CD Alliance, great teamwork.
Yeah, on top of that, very methodical of how they slowly rotate as well. They take small little checkpoints not too far from where they first begin, and they don't easily get clipped by all the other squads. Now find themselves all that space necessary through the edge of the eastern corner map. Vampire Esports are looking to do exactly the same. The only problem is that the circle does not belong to them at this very moment. They will have to try to pick up the fight up against the Savior if they really want to claim that space. And speaking of taking claims, it's CD Alliance now going for even more proactive moves, hustling the rest of Team Secret to fall all the way back to her south side, and the great catch happens by picking on Soaz. Addict Luke, so sharp, and now it's only down to two members that's still healthy for the side of Team Secret. I think if CD Alliance wants to, they could definitely hustle and take over this compound, while if there's already working on it, these nades pop right inside. Frankie as well as GK, we'll see whether if they could still at least pull off some defenses, but I think they're also running low on resources right now.
Running low on resources, and top of that, not a lot of space as well. I think for CD Alliance, they're understanding that they don't really need to breach that compound. The compound that they vacated, it's still empty. You saw them go there, get those pickoffs, and then go make a beeline straight into their compound again. I think the way that they're moving right now is more of like, okay, let's leave our base. I see a team over there. Let's completely overwhelm them together. Okay, great. Now let's make a beeline back, because I don't know where the circle is going to pull next. So let's just hunker down so far, because I think they're understanding as well that the teams that are outside right now, be it Vampire Esports, be it Boom Esports, they're getting picked off one by one. There's just too many angles to worry about.
Yeah, and you don't want to be a clip in between all these BC sectors over on the north side, because at any given moment when these teams are desperate to keep themselves surviving, they will just shoot at anything that moves. And CD Alliance so far playing a very smart measure to still be able to take that full control over on the east. Levi's now exchanging with Tony K. These nades are falling very, very closely, but Levi's understanding that he will fall back. Managed to connect one towards Tony K. Both sides trying to just see if they could just flush each other out. As Vampire Esports, they at least find themselves a little bit more of that wiggle room to still play out. Nate is going to be playing a pivotal role if he wants to actually trade up against the rest of Vampire Esports. He's now pushing right through. There's only barely any room for him to actually dodge all these stray nades, and eventually he gets clipped by the advancement of Schweppes.
Mormon waiting. The car will be fixed at the very least, so it does give them a little bit of mobility as well to provide that the situation where it doesn't blow up in your space. I think that's most important right now. So in terms of positioning, the only team that's kind of holding on the middle is Boom Esports, and that circle, they're gonna be very happy with their positioning. But oh my god, CD Alliance, that was quick!
I just love that they just swing right back to the top end of the hill. They know this is where all the action's at. They're just saying, let's just go farm some more points because nothing's happening over in the east. Now Vampire Esports, they go ahead to go in for that full blow finish up against the Savior. That is the top 6 end for the Savior at the very least with decent placement points. But the nades are good! It falls right through on top of Onsens as well as Schweppes. They managed to dodge, but now it's going to be Adik Luke that will be pushed nonetheless. CD Alliance, they should be prepared for this though. Schweppes so far working very well today as he will draw it to a close, brings out the S12K to challenge Adik Luke, and his position pretty much compromised right now. Taking over a little bit more of that cover. Jimmy as well as Leonce, they are also getting a little bit more of that attention, unable to recover Adik Luke in time.
VPE, more of a reactive play, more adaptive instead of taking charge of situations. And I think it's great for them because they've managed to get, what, 7 eliminations this game? Only 2 behind of CD Alliance here. And now CD Alliance are getting overwhelmed already because they were forced out of their compound, have to play out there in the open. They don't have terrain to work with or cover as well. But TEM, through the silence as well, got active here. All eyes were onto VPE. They sprayed, and the numbers of players that knocked down from VPE, they dwindled 1 member left. And somehow TEM has managed to kind of keep CD Alliance alive. With 3 members still up there, TEM, as well as CD Alliance, Boom Esports, VPE, top 4. Well, not too long now as the final member of VPE would eat that last nade. So CD Alliance don't have positioning yet. The blue zone chunking at them, but TEM looking to hold on till the end.
Yeah, great timing on that push towards Vampire Esports. Like you said, it kind of helped out CD Alliance to go in for that full reset, but now they're also playing by the very edge of the zone, and that will be Leon to be able to spot out Noah, taking him down. A fair 3v3 while Boom tries to also play Kingmaker from that lower side of the hill. This battle has to conclude eventually, and just take a look at Jimmy. He's got those great angles. He will be able to flush out Golf out in the open. Meanwhile, Bright also popping his in out. This is just going to be CD Alliance just tearing them through one after another. Just look at the sheer confidence from this team who have won the chicken dinner in Sadok, and they are looking to do it again. And it's going to be up against Boom for another repetition of what went on in Sadok.
This is an interesting outcome because TEM had the man advantage here over CD Alliance and Boom Esports. But somehow, just because their positioning wasn't that great, they didn't have a lot of space to work with, didn't have a lot of cover. CD Alliance completely capitalized. You saw how quickly Jimmy was just knock one down and immediately move on the other. You gotta say it to him. He's so active, he's so aggressive, and he's just so eager to just really go when it comes to these fights. Now for CD Alliance, it's all about just the weight here. They have a nice cross. They have a 2-2 formation, if I'm not mistaken, over there. And I think that it's huge because they have these 2 sides of the terrain held on. So if Boom Esports want to push, they're going to be out there in the open and they're going to fall. Yeah, they have the middle of the circle. They also have to be aware that the final member of TEM is also behind them. But Leon's is dealing with him. A lot of sprays, but not enough to take him out.
Holding on through it. There's just barely any cover through the smoke. It's going to be a beautiful spray from Leon once again, but it is Pombit that seals the final blow. 5 points for the side of TEM. Now 2 versus 3. There is a zone closing right through. The nades are falling right into the same niche that they've been holding out for the longest time. And Boom Esports, they're just working in tandem. They haven't really gotten a good view over onto Jimmy just yet, as he's currently cutting across and now finds that pickup. It's all down to Frantisi.
1v3, but 2 members of CD Alliance are very low. That nade, beautifully done. He goes for the jump shots forward, but CD Alliance, thankfully for them, have protocols to stop these 1v1s from happening, and they run away with another chicken dinner.
It's just so great to watch how this team operates. We see them taking all that space over on the east side, and they finally make that call and say, let's gun everyone at the top since they're all busy. Well, it's just another day of operations for the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance to now secure the back-to-back chicken dinner and fully overtake BTR, leaving them to bite the dust.
What a way to start the day, I mean, for CD Alliance. This is huge. Not only is it a statement play, but I'm also really liking the fact that we're finally seeing TM online. It's not, I think we haven't really seen them frag out quite yet in a lot of these situations. I mean, we saw that in the middle of the week just now, like one brief moment, I think it was like a half a day, we saw them there and I'm like, okay, great, they're looking great, they have this splash of aggression, they look really good right now. But in most situations, when push comes to shove, right, you expect them to think, okay, I think you should be taking this fight. They're very, very quiet here. And I'm wondering whether it's because they're just so, you know, frustrated and they're wondering, okay, maybe the way that we're playing is just not really working out in our rotations. Maybe we should play more passive. And playing more passive means they just play straight up for placement points. It's not the best way to collect points, regardless. Enough about them. We'll talk about them more later, because the team to look out for right now is CD Alliance. And I have to say, they're consistent as heck. Every single player putting in the same numbers. But this time around, I didn't look comes close in terms of damage.
Yeah, overall, I would say this is close to being a flawless run for the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance on how they actually operated and navigate throughout the course of the battlefield. Well, they absolutely understood that they dominated 50% of that map by just going on the ping pong strat. They came in for the north, they went into the south side, cleared up a couple of teams, and then with that amount of space, they just understood the assignment. All they had to do is just to really keep other teams under wraps and then slowly close in for that chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the highlights again and celebrate the double chicken dinner from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Back-to-back wins for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, just showing us how it's done as they have perfected the craft of securing every single map win so far. They've won in Miramar, they've won in Wrangel, and also Sanok. It just goes to show that this team has understood how exactly to operate with one another in their finals form. Both esports are finding their consistent ways yet again, securing another top 2 finish. Of course, a little bit disappointing for the team that's hoping to eventually seal the deal, but it's just been CELCOMDIGI Alliance's day so far.
It really has been, and honestly, okay, pause. Let's talk a little bit about Boom Esports here. I'm wondering if they're doing this for content. I'm wondering if Boom Esports woke up and said, okay, we have 2 days of the league, right? Oh, it's a weekday? Let's keep quiet on day 1 and go insane on day 2. Oh, it's Super Weekend? Let's do the same thing just to give, you know, our Indonesian fans like a heart attack moment. Because stop it, guys. I'm so stressed. Regardless, into this one, at least we can expect consistency from CD Alliance here. Can we not Jimmy, buddy, you're great. You're very, very good.
Relax a little. Right?
Yeah, relax. Can we have your other teammates take the spotlight? Is this intentional?
He's just that good.
He's him. What can I say?
Yeah, like I think like so far he's got some of the most MVP performances in majority of the matches to be played out here in week 1, and I guess like so long as GB is in charge, there's nothing stopping CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And yesterday we heard from the interviews as well. Jimmy just said that, hey, yeah, we had a good run, but we also had runs that we went out too soon, and we still want to protect the craft. And is this that perfected craft that we're seeing here? 24 points for this second chicken dinner, 16 points for Boom Esports, 11 for Vampire Esports. I still think that a lot of the teams have been able to come up with some major numbers. I can't really say the same about VOIN, Donkey, Flash, or KAGENDRA, as much as they have definitely tried. We saw them taking some really good positions, but they just couldn't hold out.
Okay, now looking at the overall rankings here, wow.
111.
CD Alliance are running away with it already. The first team to breach 3 digits, and also putting not only a big lead compared to the rest, straight to 111. That's crazy. Now BTR hasn't been able to catch up, but I'm so glad to see DX and Boom make their way up to the first page again. Welcome back, guys. This is where you guys belong, honestly, because I miss seeing you guys up here. Now looking at the rest of the team here, VOIN as well as OSJA and TS will drop due to this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to come back.
Yeah, I guess they're still playing more games, or should I just say 4 more games. Team Secret, OSJA, TH, they are showing a little signs of slump as they haven't been able to actually convert points in the form of eliminations. In terms of positioning, I think that these teams definitely have a really good idea already. Now, I would worry about teams who are falling below that 30-pointer mark right now, because remember this, there are also teams who are looking to make their way into the second Super Weekend, and these are dangerous numbers when you have 2 days, 12 matches to be played out. I believe that RQ Team Flash should be also putting in more hustle heading into these upcoming maps. SEMBILAN, MEC, I can forgive them because this is the very first time that they have ever played the Super Weekend, so they're still kind of adapting, but they gotta treat it like how they did back in group stage, and they should be good to go.
Now coming into today, it's honestly so shocking because this 2k damage numbers I've only seen here has only been seen once in that fight where Federalis went crazy. And the rest were all CD Alliance in terms of damage. And the thing is, when you look at CD Alliance, I wouldn't even say, I mean, they're quiet early, right? But you really gotta give it, I don't know how their coaching staff is thinking about how they approach these games, but it's been very interesting how they get active in terms of movement, how they have one compound, they don't really hunker down, they're very active in taking up space as a team, and then just turning around, going back to their base, and then going out again. It's a very decisive decision how they approach these maps, and I feel like it's very interesting how they come up with these styles of play and rotations.
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of things for us to actually dive right into on how this team fully operates, because it's just so intriguing. And you know what's intriguing to me is that we do have a new music collaboration. Some may say that it is from a familiar friend to celebrate our 7th anniversary. So within 1 week, you will find out who exactly that is. I can't wait to actually hear new music, and I know you guys want to as well. So make sure you log into the game, as well as to subscribe into all the social media platforms of PUBG Mobile to enjoy all the latest offerings.
Really. Now coming into this one, we have another 2 more air angles to go. And you know, I think yesterday you and I, we both had this conversation more of like, okay, when we look at air angle, we can safely say that CD Alliance are the staples or one of the strongest teams on this map. And I think this theme is still going on till today, given the fact that they already got a chicken dinner here already. But do you think if there is a team that can challenge them, other than BTR, what team is able to do so?
I would say Boom, if to be honest. Like, you see, they've been here for 2 games in a row, top 1, top 2 respectively. The trajectory is looking to be very likely that Boom eventually wants to just really haul upon these members of CD Alliance, but majority of situations, they were having some backfoot moments where you saw high ground versus low ground in that last match. You can argue maybe game 1, it could have been Boom as well, but Yummy had to make that run in regardless.
I mean, he had nowhere to go. Yeah, he truly didn't have anywhere to go. If he doesn't go aggressive, he would have lost that positioning. I don't know whether or not it was the right call to play separately from his teammates, but if you look at Boom Esports, it's been, I mean, like, it's great looking at this roster. It's like great looking at this team. Seeing Yummy as the star player is wonderful as well. That's a nice yawn, honestly, valid. But coming back to my point here, is that it just feels that most of the time they rely so much on Yummy and Ryzy for a lot of these big impact moments. And I would love to see more coming at for the rest of the team as well. I think these individual brilliance are great. These high impact moments are good from these players. But perhaps when you have more firepower, more moments where you're able to support your teammates, the thing is, it's not really Yummy going crazy and given support by his teammates. It's his teammates already knocked down, and Yummy saying, "Okay, I need to make something happen." You know what I'm trying to say here? Yeah, I absolutely get it. And overall, I think like they still are in the right trajectory as compared to what we saw from yesterday, where almost nothing worked out. Right? They look more like a team now. That's for certain. So. I guess like I am so much more relieved to actually see that Boom Esports is on the right track. And oh boy, look at this CELCOMDIGI Alliance, boys, absolutely feeling it. You know, this dance I've been seeing from the very first season. It started with those Indonesian teams, and then it just continues to be a thing here on these offline settings where we will always get to see dance. But I don't know what was the name of the dance again, but of course I'll leave that. You can always open up TikTok to know, you know. Yeah, I didn't know the song though. Like how's it go? I don't want to sing it, honestly. Why not? It says "Enta apa yang merasukimu." So it's kind of like in a way saying what's gotten into you. I mean, fair enough. What's gotten into them? They're just picking up chicken dinners non-stop, so like, what's gotten into you, CD Alliance? Possessed by the PUBG gods, I would say. Wow. The way that they're playing is just immaculate. There's just no flaws whatsoever, and you can understand that they definitely do feel at ease on what's to come. Well, I do see even players are getting themselves ready, even putting on chapsticks, keeping themselves moisturized in many different ways, and getting themselves ready for the upcoming battle. This is going to be our second take of Irregular for today. And this is week 1 of the Super Weekend. Okay, interesting way to start the game as well as the second Irregular is here. And okay, this is going to be fun because I feel like for Irregular, especially for the last few that we have, it's still going to be slow. I predict it's still gonna be slow. This type of trajectory though, this is cinema. This is absolute cinema. Like, if it goes into the island, I guess everybody can be on board very easily. So, but if it goes all the way north, I guess like it can get into a dicey situation. Teams will have to quickly grab those vehicles and just look for a nice spot for themselves. But at the very least, Vampire Esports, they're happy about it. They get their initial drop directly onto Primos. It's going to be a long wrap around for the rest of the teams. eArena will have to find those vehicles by the edge of the western shores to get themselves back into Georgia Pool. Whereas 10, easy access. It's going to be inside of Sonaska base to be joined alongside with Team Secret, who finally gets their hands onto Novorossiya. There's just so many of these flight paths that I feel was not really in the favor of Team Secret, that they always have to drop elsewhere, but I want to see them at least going on the right flow. While we are getting our stock standard Gatka type of ending, perhaps it could still shoot all the way up to the north. We'll have to find out. While over onto the western end, there will still be quite a number of teams to be playing around the corner. I wonder what else has to be done in the form of adjustment. And now SEMBILAN takes over Gatka. That's something new that we've not seen before. And here goes Flash versus PTR. Wow. We already have the melee kill early. Young with the follow up as well with the Mini 14 in hand. That's rough. That's quick as well. We talked about this very early aggression to come through, and not only early aggression, this situation where you are sent down into the deep end of the sea, you know, wondering whether you sink or swim, and they said, you know what, let's swim. Let's just melee the heck out of them. Start early, go quick, and they overwhelm BTR. This is gonna put a big halt onto BTR's reign this week, given the fact that they were kind of like the team to watch out for, the team that's always onto the top 5. No eliminations as well. This is heartbreaking for them.
Very, very heartbreaking indeed. Like, the moment that they landed, they found no weapons whatsoever, and Team Flash, everybody got themselves at least a pistol. They don't really have to go punching each other at the face. So Team Flash fully capitalized on that, and now just get that supplementary 4 pointers to kick off the run, while Joker runs out in the open, and that was spotted out by KAGENDRA. eArena, they usually drop into the south side of George, and they found a lurker in the side of KAGENDRA to eventually take him down. So we see changes as well. I believe that was Sem9 that is now bringing you High Boy on the block. Oh, it's actually Deb.
Yeah, it's Deb. I think we haven't seen him play for quite some time. And for me personally, I think throughout the time that Deb has been in Sem9, he has been quite the impact player as well. He's less about firepower and more about support, which I love, by the way. I think that a lot of times, a lot of casters, a lot of interviews, there's a lot of emphasis on these high fragging players. But people never really talk about how other players support you, right? Providing that long range cover fire, you know, making sure the util gives you that space to move, whether it be smokes or flashes. So this is something that's really exciting to talk about as well, as we see him come into this game with Kenny out. Honestly, I'm quite surprised that Kenny is out, given the fact his calls were, I mean, him as second caller has always been massive in my opinion, but I think what they want right now is more support to enable teammates.
True enough. I think like that is definitely necessary to really keep the check and balance within the roster of Sem9 overall, where Favorite so far has been offering an incredible work rate. You can say the same about Yuhai, but it really feels like they need a little bit more of that backing. While we have definitely given all the limelight to Jimmy earlier on, this time I would say Leon today has been his backbone to always provide that immense support and at the very same time get some really high stats. Currently top 3 in the ranks of eliminations, damage, as well as assists for today.
Whew. Exciting to see Leon's actually come up on top. I think when we look at the roster, Leon's has been kind of like, you know, subbed out with Olio a lot. And I think seeing this kind of change happen kind of just gives an idea on what we can expect for the team as well. I think when you look at Leon's, it's very similar to what we can expect to see from Jimmy. Frontliner, aggressive, heavy firepower. Not as aggressive in terms of space taking like we see from Adit Look. But at the same time, you look at Olio, is that second damage dealer in the back line. So I think that, you know, when it comes to these subbing, some out, some in, some outs that we haven't really seen in the previous seasons, and it's getting more prevalent now, it does keep teams questioning how the rotations are going to change, how these fights are going to go.
Yeah, that definitely keeps things really, really fresh for all of our spectators, hoping for, you know, new styles of play, especially with, you know, whether it's new names or veterans that they actually bring into the table. Now we do have a situation though for the rest of Sem9. They're hoping to eventually gatekeep the rest of Temp Entertainment from approaching this bridge. I believe that Golf have already navigated, and he's just got a full Senate. Very risky move now, but the rest of Temp are trying to back him as well. He's going to cut towards the far left and expect those shots to be coming in. Viren does get a couple of all these tags, and Golf quickly gets taken out with the last line of defense. Mika to be able to stack that one away. Viren secures it. Now, Temp Entertainment understands that they are kind of stuck. What is going to be the next move? Because this whole bridge is not going to be an easy task for them to cut over just by using those land vehicles.
You know, I was expecting a lot more of these aggressive bridge fights, but I think this time around, the circle is kind of like a little bit more in the central area. You're not going to expect these fights very early as well. So for Tem, it's all about just that wait. They know they can't really kind of fight that for now, so they can just chill out. Now let's have a look at what we can see in terms of the score. I think that for BTR, now that they're already in the back foot, not able to follow up here, we have D Xavier, and I feel like they're very primed and ready to go a little bit more aggressive. There we go, one knockoff onto Sondara. I'm not sure if they can go for more, since it's like a long range kind of pick off here. It's gonna be Levi's aggressive as well onto Boom Esports. So I think that for them, this aggressive style play suits them. Is less about aggressive takes onto compounds or teams or areas, but more about kind of like holding on to the area, kind of hope that people are gonna cross over. We saw Levi's and Lamborghini done some really scary pickoffs as well in the midst of rotations. So this could really help kind of like bolster up their score to put them into the top 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, overall, D Xavier is currently already on the top 3 with 70 over points. And now without the presence of BTR, I think this could potentially be the round where even D Xavier actually leapfrogs up ahead and then challenges CELCOMDIGI Alliance. You saw that level of consistency coming in from D Xavier. Sure, nothing too flashy, but today their run has been just as consistent as Boom Esports. Sure, they didn't finish off top 2, but they have just about enough points per round, and we will expect them to be able to still once again thrive, especially on such a familiar ground like Gatka, where the teams have already been playing at least 4 maps where this region has been covered up. So DX, they definitely have a certain game plan on how they really want to operate. I can't really say that certain other squads here, like TEM, like Team Secret, have a safe run because they're still stuck in the island. And they do know this is SO7 behind. Jinky with a catch. That was sublime on how quickly he goes in to shut Jinky down.
Huge. Very aware as well. I think that Jiki was kind of looking around. I think he took some time to figure it out. I think they both just barely missed each other. But reaction time to that info, immediately you see Team Secret just kind of like collapse over. This is massive. I love this, how they relay information and play off that. It's huge, but Team Secret now, they're not out of the woods. They're still in the blue zone. They need to find a way to get inside, but understandably so why it's late, because I have to say that the flight path was toward the southern side, but the circle went up north here. So a lot of teams, especially teams that dropped onto SMB, yikes.
Yeah, I really do wonder. There is an update to stage 2. So Team Flash, they were so willing to really tank out the blue. TEM had no choice. You saw what happened on the other opposite side of the bridge where they got picked off and they kind of fall back. Now they have to utilize the same bridge, which now feels Team Secret. Could be an opportunity for Bright to actually pick at least the final member crossing, and it's going to go in to quickly drop Soaz. Oh, what a shot, and he got to go for that double as well. Just making sure that he will recover a couple of points back to the team, but he will gotta do it quick though. Break, as well as the other member, they will be locking their sights over on the Bright. Gonna get a little bit of cover through the stairwells, but just like that, they bite back. Teb still has another member who has yet to cross, it seems. So it's really down to Frankie whether if he's going to be able to eventually go for the knock against Bright. If Bright goes down, then TEM, I don't think they make past this bridge.
Both teams taking a lot of damage here, but TEM has really set up the stage. Bright managed to recover his teammate Noah over on the other side. Frankie rendered so low. That box is the only thing keeping Bright alive right now, because you can hear the amount of shots coming right at him here. Frankie and Soaz looking to go a little bit more active here, and for Soaz, he needs to find the right place to heal. He's running out of HP, and the blue zone is so rough right now for him. Grenade goes through here, barely hits onto break. Soaz low as well, gets that recovery that he very, very much needs. So Team Secret in a very safe spot right now, as Bright left all alone here with nowhere to go. But I'm loving the fight here between Seb9, because it felt like they had completely overwhelmed the team on the other side. So I would love to see a replay of that later. But for now, it's Bright taking the brunt of this damage straight to the face, getting knocked down. His teammates are going to say, all right, it's time for us to go, because at this point, we cannot bail you out. It's only one member from TEM left standing.
Yeah, Bright did so much throughout that initial picking over on the bridge, but unfortunately, he did not manage to secure those hefty amount of points. Soaz managed to be recovered in the midst of that scuffle, and that was a beautiful nade that he tossed out to eventually trade back up against Bright, and now Tem only has one member left. I believe it was the situation on that lower side of the screen where Seb9 was actually gate crashing the rest of the X, and that he managed to get himself active. He got himself a point for Seb9. Great pick coming in, as that's going to be one more member out of the way from the side of Team Flash. Young T, he's got a lot to do here, and you asked for bridge fights. We're actually going all the way to North George for another bridge fight, but the rest of Flash, they managed to still go ahead, trade, and find themselves 6 total points. Man, I'm not even quite sure how or why it happened, but they just banked in 6 points so early into this phase. Well, I remember now. They took out 4 players of BTR, and now aiming to take out more Indonesian players from the likes of VOIN Donkey.
Umi Esports has taken a lot of space here as they kind of rotate into the circle. They've been moving around a lot, actually. I don't blame them, though, because I think for them right now, to not only play catch-up, but to be a little bit more aggressive on how exactly they play for these sites, for these situations, for these takes as well. And they've been doing this great as well. When you go to see someone rotate into a circle, who's gonna pass you is Tops. Okay, let's just spray the heck out of him. We saw Yummy do it before. We've seen Raidzi as well, but the one to get it in the end is actually Vexy. Finding Tops right in the blue zone here. Vexy's gonna secure that pickup here, but I don't think he's gonna survive his ordeal. His car is already slowly breaking. He's low right now, and what a long-range shot coming in for Vexy. And VOIN Donkey will be eliminated, and this is a lot more earlier than their usual run before.
Yeah, it's been such a tough journey for both Flash as well as VOIN Donkey, especially running into Flash, who is already booking over on the corner of the bridge. It's just absolutely devastating. I mean, they were not the only ones. We see a lot of these top-tier teams who are currently placed in the top 6, VOIN Donkey out, D-Saber out, BTR, no questions. They didn't even get to play the game.
Bro, they just subbed in someone. They just subbed in another player. It wasn't even a minute in, and he's out already. That's rough.
So unlucky. While when we take a look at the update, it does offer a lot of space inside the circle for now, but when I talk about that open space, it is almost unplayable when you have that amount of crowd over the south side of Gatka. While north side, it's going to be available up for the taking of Kagendra. If there's going to be Vampire Esports or any other team who wants to pick that 180 flip of a rotation, that will be perhaps giving them a lot of room to breathe. While Team Flash go ahead to take out another player over on the south side. Seb9 now getting pinch as UI gets knocked. But Vampire, they find themselves over a road while they try to get the revive. True, it's going to be Mika with the flank. He catches Mormon, and it's just deep trouble for Vampire Esports. Stranded out of nowhere. It's only down to Tony K to try to turn the tides around.
It's set out here from Tony K this time. Gonna trade blow for blow here, but Mika goes a bit wide. Trouble. Needs to survive. Beautifully done there from Firen as well as Mika to completely annihilate VPE, which means that they're going to be able to go for that pickup for his teammates and remain relatively intact as a team.
Yeah, I honestly want to find out who's making these decisions for Vampire Esports. Like, once again, I think I've said it again and again, that it's just a broken record right now. Rotations, getting caught out like that. And you can see that they were in no position to fight, no position to actually recruit their members. 7-9, they were ready. I mean, you saw they were on both sides of the valley. Sure, they managed to get that knock onto Yuhai, but still, they should just carry on their journey. That's all they really have to do. So I guess, like, if VP doesn't fix this, they're gonna stagnate. They're gonna drop further than 10th position if this is gonna be the case.
surprised that the run Sem9 is having right now. Out of the whole lobby, they've been very aggressive. They have 8 eliminations already. And I have to say, as much as I want to say, oh my god, they're so good, take out space and stuff, most of their pickoffs have been in the midst of these rotations as well. It's in a situation where you see other teams rotating in, you kind of have to take this fight in order to remain alive. You overwhelm them as well. And I think it punishes teams such as VPE that like to play out in the open. In the last game, I talked about that, how it's their signature style. They play out in the open, they take up space, they can play off each other because they have so much, they're so good at these long-range fights. But at the same time, Sem9 with Firen inside and depth, I think it's given them a lot more speed in terms of how they want to overtake these teams and deny them these long-range fights.
Yeah, it also gives a lot more confidence to Firen to execute all these plans, knowing that there is another supporter in the squad as well. And now they're also pinching onto the rest of these eArena members coming in from the north. Firen so far operating alone, and he's going to be the front line of the engagement instead, while Sakura is getting occupied by the rest of Boom Esports. Boom Esports have been hunting out for all these solo targets throughout the course of the match. Now back to Firen, he's got that UMP, shredding it out. Those DPS shots got nothing on him. Now he goes in for the drop shot. He finds 2. He finds the entirety of eArena. It is a killing spree from Sem9, making it 10. And now Boom Esports heard all those noise. Sem9, they don't even need a reset because they've been healthy all along and they want more.
The circle will favor MEC. They have a nice terrain played. They have a compound as well. ENAM SEMBILAN fairly out in the open with a compound as well. I think out of everyone, it's ENAM SEMBILAN that's the winning team right now. Oh my god, Sem9, I talked too soon. Could this be the caster's curse? Just praise them and immediately see the alliance go active. Mika trying to keep his teammate alive here. Depth stuck literally right behind a hail bale. That's all he has is open grounds here. But Mika, he's tried his best. He's understanding that he cannot do more for his teammate. Forced out of the area, his car is currently on fire. He's very low in HP. He's zigzagging out, but somehow he's still surviving till now. And now for Sem9, I think they have to be happy with surviving with 3 players right now. But it's Sondara that picks off that kill onto Mika there. So he's knocked out already. Looking back to worse here for Sem9. Not in a circle, not in a zone where they can play off each other. It's rough out here. CD Lions and ENAM SEMBILAN overwhelm them.
Yeah. That buggy lost the tower right there, and it's going to be tough for CD Alliance to rotate. I saw Dep kind of went off position. Here comes Yummy May though. They are dropping right through as they go ahead to challenge MEC. They don't really want to stop for nothing at all. And you can see the Goose Chase out in the open sees the rest of Boom Esports driving through KAGENDRA as they get picked off. Unlucky for Zero getting caught out just like that. RQ will take that opportunity to also steal away the point from CD Alliance. Dep taken out of this match while we have KAGENDRA now priming nades. Same coming from the side of Yummy May. And it looks beautiful while Krypton gets the knockover on the chill. 3-way warfare as this open space is for the taking out of this area of play. And Boom Esports, they're just about getting started. Casper coming in with the flank. This is still going to be a slow activation for the side of KAGENDRA, stuck between the bowls, while they do have players limping all over. Casper now goes on 1v1 duel. Will be able to secure at least 1 point up against Pompit, as he will be quickly sifted through. Yummy going for that quick reset as he tries to drive forward with the buggy and just rampages through Ichan, slowly taking out one after another, but Yummy is all left alone. There's quick recovery coming from Casper, but that was just such a bloody fight, leaving one member alive for the side of KAGENDRA, and the nades are coming in. MEC took the opportunity and just flushed them out completely.
Can't go anywhere, cannot move as well. RQ, this terrain has been held for so long here, but CD Alliance this time around, their luck ran out here. 2 members in the smokes, Iftar playing quietly. They're hoping that his teammates can recover him. They have terrain, they have cover as well. Nate's cooked up here. They have to get that perfect knockdown, and Jimmy, you don't want to walk out in the open with your util in hand, buddy. Nerpeko completely takes advantage of that situation, and now CD Alliance with barely any life onto Leon's. He has to make some magic happen. Granted, right now, he can go for some pickoffs here. Genfos is looking to take this fight to the face. A nice spray, aggressive as heck, but somehow Leon's managed to recover. He managed to just get his HP back up and makes a beeline away onto the outer side of the circle. So out of space away from RQ, a great understanding that RQ needs to go for the reset as well and just play for time, wait for other teams to start these fights.
Yeah, quick thinking coming in from the final player of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. There were some stray shots coming from Noah, and Leon knows that there's nowhere he could actually go. It's going to be Kim from MEC that does take down the back-to-back chicken dinner winners. So Kim, he's driving in unaware of the surroundings. Oh boy, is he just driving up the hillside? Because this is going to be a tough spot to be. Noah's been on the lookout. That's just free pickings. A little bit of a rookie mistake, if you ask me. He should have actually heard those shots coming in from Noah, but at least there is some trade backs coming in. MAQNA Esports Club having Mikael as well as Hasby to still hold the compounds while Tam tries to look and prod. They are going to be the ones gating any teams to be moving in from the northern side. While we still have OSJA Esports now on wheels. This could be a direct challenge coming in from OSJA Esports if they really want to, but they found themselves a little bit of crease to just hold out for the time being. 5 teams remaining. This has been a very rapid round. It's only stage 6 at this very moment. And we'll see whether or not can they use that numbers advantage. OSJA TH have not really shown too much of their cards just yet. They had that early battle, but after that, remain to be very quiet. Finds their way into the top 5. RRQ, I think they will have some high impact plays as Noah gets seeked out.
What a fight here. It's looking from bad to worse for OSJA. That's nades that just thrown out alongside those pre-fires. Leaves so much to be desired for OSJA here. Yui tries to go for a nice flank. Great idea, but as you know, on the tail end there is another team. RQ is so opportunistic right now. I think they were watching this fight for quite some time. And I feel like just now for Yui, the biggest problem was that he was so put in a situation where, oh my god, my teammates are down. I can't really take this fight head on. Maybe a flank will be good. Some backstabs, I can spray 2 to 3 players out, make it expensive, make it hard for them to survive a while longer without thinking that a third party would be watching. And I think that this is something that teams should be aware of, especially this late into the game, given the fact that it's such a big area with no cover, no terrain to work with as well. And RQ read that like a book.
Yeah, not only RQ read that like a book, I felt like even the members of SEMBILAN and MEC, they chimed right in. That was a long rotation that OSJA kind of took, and by going through such a long journey, all the other teams have anticipated them to be arriving on scene, and you just saw how quickly the entire squad of OSJA was deteriorated with the hurl nades, the stray bullets coming in from third parties as well. So MEC, they now find themselves a little bit more of that open space. Hasby tries to climb over onto the top end of the roof to see if he can find a little something. RRQ so far looking pretty feisty on the way that they've taken out not only CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I believe even SEM9 was overwhelmed as these two teams were battling for that hillside position. Now, the only one that possesses a little glimpse of the zone is just MEC, so they can just hold still. They understand that this whole area is just open grounds for Hasby to pick them off slowly. Now, the onus is on RQ. What do they do with these open grounds? Because they are the ones lacking cover for the moment. And what they did is to slowly tack onto Sundara from 6-9. While a lot of all these smokes have been initially primed by the side of SEMBILAN, I'm not sure if that is going to be a good case scenario because there's still a lot of these other side of the open space, which they need these fogs to be set into place for them to eventually challenge MEC.
No one with advantage in the circle at all, and rightfully so. No cover, no vegetation, nothing. I think you can go to the middle with vehicles, but you have no clue where the crossfires are coming from, no idea where the other teams are playing from. Honestly, for me, the most surprising team that's ended up in this top 4 right now is MEC. I think for them, we highlighted some of the biggest problems today, right? How, in terms of these 4v4 fights, they weren't able to hold properly. In terms of how these fights as well, they would get 3 knockouts, but not able to tie out that last possible member. But this time around, it's not really about getting active, it's about just playing reactive here. We have a terrain to play with, some a rock as well, And Tom getting very aggressive here. Great pickoff and kind of like really stopping this aggressive rotation coming in from the other members of RRQ. And Hasbi is the one kind of like putting a stop to ENAM Milan's rotations as well. So now with all the members kind of like falling off their vehicles and their vehicles exploding, excuse me, they're able to overwhelm, they're able to take up space, and they're able to kind of rush forward. But RRQ, they have one thing in mind as well, is that if you shoot us, we will answer. One player from the team already knocked out as well. So RRQ, understanding that ENAM Milan has been knocked down, they look to capitalize by throwing in nades. They want to keep active and they want to kind of stop these fights from going to a three-way situation.
True enough, and they should actually work in tandem to eventually wipe more members of MEC because they are playing that power position. RQ understands this. They are drawing it to a close by sending in GenFoss to keep them at bay. MEC eventually will lose their zone as well. They hold on to the compound. They have the high ground views, but eventually they still have to leave those compounds. So pressure is on RQ, making their advancements up ahead, and Tam has barely enough space to even step out. The moment he steps out, RRQ will be waiting. Final member remaining for the side of ENAM Milan, trying to hold still by the edge of the south. So long as MEC is there, he's not going to be walking off scot-free, while RQ suddenly have turned the tides around. Not only by just putting in that pressure, now it's just perfect bird's eye view for them to pick on Tom and Hasby, and they will be set off. You know, it's going to be in between the fights for ENAM Milan to still hold onto the south side, giving it a little bit more refuge, but for some reason, it's not a full take just yet. So MEC is still alive, just prone on their bellies, but unable to move much further from where they're at.
Still beats a bounce, and Dara, wow, nearly loses control of his vehicle there. GenFoss doing great, putting in that firepower, putting in that pressure as well as the Peko looks to join. Tiny little micro angles enough to just really flush him out, but unfortunately for him, no mollies, only nades, so pops it a bit too wide as well. So Dara doing great at just surviving here, and I think that he's just banking on MEC and RQ to take these fights, and then he just can just like go do what he does best, third party. But both teams are not allowing that to happen. You're stuck, buddy.
He has been stuck for such a long time, and they will end his misery. That will be MEC to take another point up. And it's been such a bounce-back performance from both ENAM Milan as well as MEC. They needed all these top four finishes, and they will finally be rewarded. Despite now it being a very tough challenge for MEC to win this direct challenge up against the rest of RRQ, they are still trying to make do with whatever they still have in the back, which I have commented that they've used all these smoke grenades way too early. Now they have barely any form of cover. There's just snakes in the grass, hoping not to be spotted out by the Peko, who's just playing the waiting game. Eventually they will pop up, and it's all about waiting for the right time to strike. The Peko, all eyes on them. The rest of RQ also respecting that form of space. Now tries to lob a couple of all these grenades. They're just literally by the edge of the blue zone.
This is one of the most passive last circles I've ever seen. And understandably so, it's such an open area, but it's time to do that opening pickoff onto their Peko. Huge. That's a big drop to their firepower already. Whole different MEC today, but this time on RRQ, they are going to be the team that is going to play passive and ask MEC to go toward them. One player knocked and the other answers. Hasbi does just that. Tom so low, but GenFoss is close to Lapar, so can look to equalize if they want to, but no pickup onto Lapar as Hasbi is quick on the uptake as well. Tom is going to be the player to rush forward to take that first contact to see and give out that information. One nade lobbed out here to GenFoss. Oh man, this is actually so competitive. And GenFoss will answer back with another nade as well. He stops up, he immediately reacts. But somehow, MEC! They were not in a position to win that. They were not there for that first contact. But as soon as that nade comes out, the understanding that his hands are not the gun, he said, you know what, I'm just gonna spray, and he does just that. Phenomenal! MEC, this was not the team that were favorites to win any of these fights.
But any form of advantage you give them, they will take it and run the full length. and scored a chicken dinner. The onus was actually on RQ. You saw they actually closed in at a certain point of time. They know their location. You saw they were dropping so low. Why did they just go ahead and take him out? So Dara was already out of the match. They were playing too cautiously. RQ, they got to be more decisive, and they lost this match with a very big advantage. What a shocker around. MAQNA Esports Club on their debut, the first chicken dinner here in the Super Weekend, and you just love to see it, Tash.
I really did. I think this was one of the more passive games, I have to say. I mean, we did see some teams get a bit active, but I think it's a little bit more too early. And I think that this game had really rewarded those more passive teams. I mean, looking at teams that play passive, I'm talking about MEC, who this time around did not go aggressive, decides to play a little bit more quiet. I'm talking about RQ, who really think about fights and is more reactive than proactive. But MEC, wow, what a great day for them to start. And it's always nice to see another Malaysian team kind of like, rise up that charts as well. Because for a long time, it's been SEM9 and CD Alliance. Another team to come up, another team to go and get active. This is great for them. Now, coming into this game, I think usually I put a lot of pressure and expectation onto Mikiel, but this game in particular, Hasbi has been that heavy hitter. He has been the one to answer out. Tam shoots out early, and immediately Hasbi answers as well. It's very been tag team here. I talk a lot about Tam and Mikiel being the iconic duo, but this particular game, Hasbi, you the man.
I really got to give it to him as well. You saw the kind of initiations he had, but I'll talk a little bit more on that. Let's take a look at the highlights as we see MEC climb to the top.
Great day for MEC right now, and a great, I would say, a statement match from them coming into this one. The rise of the underdogs is what I would say this game is. And looking at MEC, looking at ENAM Milan, these are two teams at the very bottom of the ladder that manage just really swing up and say, hey, this is what we have to offer, and this is the reason why we made it to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and just to reflect, it's been a full day of Malaysian chicken dinner so far. As I believe that MEC definitely got inspirations coming from CD Alliance, but I had so much questions to RRQ. That game shouldn't have been botched just like that. They already had all the information that they need. They're just hugging by the edges. How did they actually literally throw this one around? Because that looks so convincing when you have three members who have gotten some slight elevation. You also have just about enough utilities, but they were just showing hesitance to actually close off that round. And just like that, MEC, so long as they were still living and breathing in that game, they took every opportunity as they may. And after that, Hasby just absolutely took over.
Yeah, I think it's less about the takeover and more about how he's able to react. I think in this game it's more about like how MEC adapted and reacted to so many of these teams. It's a lot more passive, it's a little bit more less aggressive, but I think MEC, when it comes to CQCs, they don't really thrive. I feel like that's one of their biggest problems in the team right now. But in these long range fights, they really thrive. And just now, I think that reaction time from Hasbi was great. Understanding that, okay, one of the members of RQ was throwing a nade. It's a very small thing, right? Noticing that he has util in hand and noticing that a nade has come out, and then really he gets out of prone and just sprays. That gives him so much space, and he's able to see on the ground as well since he's off that prone position. Now MAC here pretty huge. I think it's 17 points, one of the highest they scored this week in my opinion. And right behind them with just 2 points, 2 points behind, yes, is RRQ. RRQ as well going pretty big, but I think this is usual RRQ sort of like performance in my opinion. But MEC changing up their tempo was something new, and I really want to know more about what sparked this change.
Yeah, overall, I think like they definitely found a little bit more of that synergy, and on top of that, like there's a lot of proactive moves. Like I can commend how well Tom as well as Hasbi has been navigating around the final few zones where they know that compound is a power position. They utilize it to full effect. Of course, there was pressure from RRQ, but despite that, they held on for so long, which I would have assumed that there was enough pressure, at least coming from ENAM SEMBILAN as well, RQ, to eventually really focus fire. But ENAM SEMBILAN went for RQ. RQ also did try to trade back, mainly focusing on to MEC, but I just don't know how it just slipped away. Like, it's a little bit of both, right? The MEC side stepping up, and RQ just couldn't make a firm decision.
I think it's great to see these other teams like at the bottom kind of rise up. In a way, it's the alliance. We're like, okay, our first place spot not being affected. We're cool. We have a lot of space as well. So even though we got knocked out early, we still didn't go out with no points. So we're remaining quite safe. I think they got like 5 points that game, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they're the only team to really go super aggressive when it comes to chicken dinners. They are the only team I think with 4 and above. The rest are like only on 1s right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe so. But for BTR as well, I think that while they were very neck and neck, they haven't found that same success they had yesterday in terms of consistency, in terms of how they want to, kind of move forward and get some points going into the next game. For them, that game just now, because they got knocked out so early, means a halt entirely to their climb, and it allowed so much teams to catch up to them.
Yeah, just like that. And within the span of a round, it's 35 points for MEC, which means one more good game, they can join the big boys club, joining the guys at 40 to 50 points. So this is definitely exciting times, and a really good notion coming from the newly promoted Malaysian squad to really show that they do have what it takes to still remain here in the PMSL. And who knows, top 16, sending them to the grand finals could be a thing. So Malaysian fans, they definitely want to be there at IOI City Mall.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I think it's really good as well. I think whenever a tournament is happening at that home country, you want to see a majority of these players to be from that home country itself. I think for PMSLC, a lot of Malaysian players were very disappointed. It wasn't a local team that won. It was someone else. I think it was Boom Esports. It was Boom Esports that won it last year. So, being able to silence the local crowd and make the roar of the Indonesian fans, come true. You know how Indonesian fans can be, and it's massive, especially if they flew in. Now, coming into the end, I think we have another 3 more matches as we go. 1 more Erangel and 2 more Miramars. I expect a big change in pace for Miramar, but Erangel as well. I'm surprised at how drastically the first Miramar and second Miramar in terms of facing changes and teams kind of change was that drastic. So I really want to see if whether or not this will be the same, or we'll see the Lions say, okay, that's enough. We put a halt in our momentum. The same could be said about BTR. Now let's just take it back for us for this final map. Regardless, we have another 3 more. Let's take a break because it is time for our Muslim friends to berbuka puasa. To you guys at home who are breaking fast, this is for you. Selamat berbuka puasa. We'll see you guys in a little while.
have the feeling of being trapped.
I have the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the initial facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
Yeah, boy.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped.
Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
For the loneliness of facing threats alone, we always standing already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength,
And let your
courage, lead the way.
Twenty 2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash rule, Matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the CE slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
trapped. I have the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the midst of facing threats alone. We always standing already, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
Yeah, boy.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped.
Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in on initial facing threats alone. We always standing already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way.
Twenty 2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams based on their league rank points from the league stage will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Three maps down, 3 more maps to go here in the Super Weekend of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And together with me on stage, I have one from the winner chicken dinner team previous round. His name is Tam from MAQNA Esports. Say hi to the camera.
Hello.
Now, it's very impressive, if I may say so myself, that you guys are here in the first place, right? MAQNA Esports, they came it through the PMNC qualifiers itself. So you're up with the big dogs, the entire Southeast Asian lobby, and to be honest, you guys were struggling, right? Last place for the longest of time until that winner chicken dinner. Tell me, Tam, what went right for you guys in that match?
Okay, boleh ceritakan tak apa yang berlaku di sepanjang game ketiga tadi? Sebab kita boleh tengok daripada match 1 sampai match 2, korang tak berapa bagus. Tiba-tiba match 3 chicken. Boleh cerita apa yang terjadi?
Mungkin kita orang ada sikit struggle dekat fight drop spot, and itu susahkan kita orang untuk timing rotation. Untuk map tadi, alhamdulillah tak ada orang kacau kita orang, and kita orang dapat rotate dengan senang lah.
So basically, what went wrong for us for the first 2 games? Basically, we just having a clash from for our drop spot. So with that fight, basically it's messed up our timing for rotation. And yeah, on the game 3, we don't have any challenger in our drop spot. And yes, that's how we got the chicken dinner.
So your secret recipe is if you get to play the game by yourself. Is that correct? No, talking about that drop spot though. Is there a noticeable difference, right? Supposedly you guys from the PMNC, you are underdogs, right? You played the weekday matches, now moved on to the Super Weekend. Is there a noticeable difference in the lobby between the two?
Okay, ada tak perbezaan daripada group stage bahkan daripada PMNC sebelumnya dengan compare dengan group yang hari ini di Super Weekend?
Untuk perbezaan banyak kot, sebab ada tim-tim yang kita expect lepas tak lepas, macam Tigo, Talon. So bila tim-tim tu dekat drop spot kita orang and drop spot tu diganti dengan tim lain, itu sedikit sebanyak ganggu kita kurang tahu macam mana tim yang turun untuk Super Weekend ni dia punya timing macam mana.
Yes, of course. There's a lot of there's a lot of problems where when the teams that we expect to qualify to Super Weekend didn't qualify, such as Alter Ego, such as Talon Esports, because actually their drop spot is quite nearby with us, so we already memorized their pattern, their timing of rotation. But then when we played without them, basically it's kind of messed up our timing with the new teams, the new lobby itself.
I like that you pointed that one out, rotation and everything, right? I would like to also circle back to that. It seems that drop spot seems to be majority of the determining factor between MAQNA Esports and the chicken dinner. Team 69, they share your drop spot almost to a teeth, especially in that one match. How do you go about it? Is the drop spot that you're locating at really worth the fight, or is that a power play, so to speak? You don't want them in.
Okay, bercakap pasal drop spot, kita tahulah 69 sekarang tengah ada contest dengan MAQNA Esports sendiri. Daripada Tam sendiri, pendapat Tam, adakah drop spot tu sebenarnya worth it untuk korang fight, ataupun memang drop spot tu korang tak akan lepas sebab korang rasa drop spot tu adalah memang diri korang sendiri?
Satu je lah untuk 69. Kita orang ready je nak fight. Diorang ready ke tak nak tusun?
Okay, I just want to make it clear to 69 Esports. We are ready to fight, but then are you ready to die early in the match? That's all.
Simple but deadly. I guess down to the last thing before I let you go off for the next 3 games. today it seems to be an uptrend here for Team Malaysia, the ones watching at home as well. If you're a Malaysian, they are super proud of the Malaysian teams and their performance. Do you think it's possible or even feasible to get another, a whole day actually full of Malaysian team winner-winner chicken dinner?
Okay, kalau kita tengok hari ni performance tim-tim Malaysia boleh dikatakan sangat-sangat baik dengan 3 game daripada chicken dinner tu semua daripada Malaysia. Menurut Tam sendiri, apakah mampu untuk tim Malaysia ni mendapatkan keseluruhan 6 game adalah 6 chicken untuk tim Malaysia?
Tak mampu sebab mulut badan binasa. So santai lu.
Nah, I don't want to praise so much because yeah, you know, I scared that it might jinx us. So yeah, I just wish them all the best.
I like it. Very humble indeed. That's what you expect from an underdog from the PMNC. Keep that in check and make sure your aim is true as we get into the last 3 games for the Super Weekend in week number 1. And by that, I'm going to pass it over to the casters. Please take it away.
Absolutely loving the interview with Tam as he brought us a whole lot of insight to some trials and tribulations for MAQNA Esports Club while they finally found their chicken dinner on that past match. We shall see, can they back even more to come as we still have 3 more games to go to wrap up our Super Weekend.
Yeah, exciting stuff coming in from MEC, and it really shows. I think this is what's really great right now, is that capability of each team to pop off. And I have to say that for MEC, especially after the Tom's interview, he really shared with us a lot about what really went wrong in their games and what went right, which I think is really good. I think really a lot of players want to share these things, especially because a lot of teams are very secretive about their strats and how they play. But Tom is just very, I think it's just one of those players who's just so good, very eloquent when it comes to his words, and he's just very transparent as well, because he knows when he shares these things, he's not giving away too much as well. So it's really good to see. It's a breath of fresh air, like we talked before in the pre-show, right, Contra, about what we can see from the team itself. Regardless, coming into today, it's still CD Alliance that's raiding raiding terror on the server. They're so far ahead of BTR right now. BTR, I think between them and BTR is about 30 points ish coming into this game. There's a lot to catch up from many of these teams, and with now being the last 3 games, I'm wondering if this long break had given all these teams a chance to really reflect and reconsider how they approach the 1 Erangel and 2 Miramars.
Yeah, I hope that they're all well rejuvenated with that good dinner time being set to themselves to have just about enough space to really go back to the drawing board and craft once again what went right, what went wrong. But so far, these are our top victors coming into today's matchups. CD Alliance, I guess no questions asked, right? When you win double chicken dinner like that, you definitely deserve to be at the top. Meanwhile, for RRQ, I think like them alongside with BTR, they definitely have put up quite a lot of good utils when it comes down to the way that they actually bring up those fights. Same could also be said about Boom Esports. Out of the 3 names from Indonesia, I think so far Booms has been looking pretty stellar on their run today, and I think eventually they should be closing in to look for a win. So far, we're looking at 3 chicken dinners secured by teams hailing from Malaysia, or should I say there's only 2 teams because CD Alliance, they got the first 2 matches. MEC took game 3, and now I'm not sure if it's going to be continuing on to be a Malaysian dominance. I'm pretty sure that the rest of the regions will fight back real hard.
Yeah, honestly, I was not expecting this to happen, but I think this is a great time for us to say that this is, this awakening of the Malaysian teams also means that we gotta show you guys where the venue of PMSL SEA Spring is happening, and it's going to be here at IOI City Mall in Putrajaya. It's gonna be over at the Convention Center at level 3, so you can expect a bigger venue as well for everyone to get hyped and excited, because Malaysia, 1 team region, not anymore.
Yeah, now there's multiple teams to really vie for that spot, and other than that, of course, you guys definitely want to check out all the stuff that's being offered throughout the course of the game, where we have a brand new update, which is coming really soon, where you can dive into the memory of sand and check out all the mystery that it has to offer. And of course, the golden moon is about to rise, and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift. Make sure to download the game and go play or the App Store or wherever you guys would love to actually play from. So that's it. I guess we go back into the action. That was a much needed break for many of us out there. Of course, our Muslim brothers and sisters also were fasting. And now I think that they're fully locked in, loaded. And I believe that they will be a whole lot more focused onto moving into the final 3 games. It's going to be really crucial for those who are still on the bottom half of the standings. And at least we're seeing resurgence coming from the majority of these teams on the last game.
Yep, but before we go into it, don't forget guys that this event is proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers. Now check out their phone, their best phone right now, which is the POVA 6 Pro 5G. Definitely if you guys are going to be playing PUBG Mobile or any game at all that requires something a little bit more beefy, you can look at this phone because it does come with a very hefty processor alongside a 120 Hz display phone as well, which means that for whether it's going to be MOBAs, FPS, Battle Royales, you know this phone's got your back.
Absolutely, and like, you know, it's also pretty affordable on the wide range of gadgets that you do have, so make sure you guys check that one out. Now, the list of names that I picked out here definitely needs a little bit more of that boost. Aren't exactly quite there yet. BTR today looked a little bit sloppy, and that's the reason why they are slowly trailing behind, so maybe from that last game, they have been able to actually sift out some of all these issues, and they didn't manage to even play the last game. I hope that they will have a steady run moving into the final game of Erangel.
I mean, personally, for me, for my choices, I think it's very obvious. These are teams that have high potential, and especially in the last 3 games, I think it's a different mindset. I think you can see for VPE, you can see how much pressure that's on their shoulders right now. They did show some signs of life, especially toward the second, third game, but it isn't enough to bring them the distance. If I'm being honest, right now, it's always those very, very crucial moments that get stolen away from them, whether it be third parties, whether it be just getting crushed in the middle of the rotations. Whether or not VPE will survive this ordeal in one piece is the question in the air.
Evidently, certain teams are definitely affected by the past performances from the past couple of games that they've played out, but hopefully they've been able to shake out that feeling, because this final 3 games is going to be the most important of it all for them to maximize those points for the upcoming Super Weekend. And we wouldn't know who out of this list of top 16 that we have right now would even be playing on the next week. One moment, CD Alliance can be dominating this week. They might even miss out next week. I'm just saying, don't quote me on that. I know there's definitely a lot of fans that definitely want to see them right there. So long as they can keep up with this performance, it should look good. But group stages, I'm pretty sure the other teams that are not playing this weekend, they are definitely vying for that spot as well. So we'll definitely see who will be the hungriest to be able to make 2 back-to-back Super Weekend runs. But for now, we're getting a very stable start as we start off from Primos, getting to Kemeshki. We've seen this kind of flights before. I would still say this is the most well-balanced, where you get the access to the islands. If you want to extend to Severny, almost everything is up for grabs. And I think because of this, BTR no longer has to go dropping into odd areas of play to challenge Team Flash. So good news for the Indonesian squad, and it's going to be this first circle appearing across the eastern area.
We haven't seen a Milta circle in quite some time. I think we've seen somewhere a bit close, but never really toward the Milta power play. So that will be kind of fun to see that hard shift to the right side. I think if anything, I think everyone's just gonna, as you said before, everyone's just gonna drop the same way. No aggressive drops. Okay, I spoke too soon here. The only aggression coming through here is from BTR holding down the line and RRQ going for rotations. And I'm quite surprised again. This week has been such an interesting week when it comes to rotations as well. Especially when you look at Malaysian teams, always duking it out against Malaysian teams. And you see Indonesian teams is always duking it out against Indonesian teams. I would have expected the checkpoints and rotations to change as the week goes around. But I think for a lot of teams, sticking to what they know best is the answer. Even if it means meeting their own fellow countrymen.
Yeah, and everybody's an enemy when you go into the same lobby. Now, we do see certain changes. Olio is now brought in to replace Iftar that's been playing for the past 3 games. While, of course, for those who might have not known what other changes to BTR, last game they brought on Voxy, but the entire squad got wiped out completely in that short span of time. I believe there are also other updates onto the rotations of how these rosters work around. This time, Mormon gets subbed out. It is Newsy to be playing this time around.
I think we had a lot of conversation about Nuzi as well this week, and I think, you know, given the fact that they're kind of changing the way they approach fights, which is not really approaching compounds, playing out there in the open, getting a bit active in how exactly they move around the map, I think Nuzi is the player to bring in, if you ask me, because it allows Nuzi so much freedom to play out on the side. He can go for lurks, / flanks if he wants to. He can go for those long-range pickoffs if he wants as well. So there's a lot more, I would say, freedom for him to be able to move around the map and play off his initial, hit, rather than, getting overwhelmed and being disconnected when they kind of breach into compounds. And I also really want to talk about D Xavier, because D Xavier was one of the teams that debuted this week in a way that really surprised all of us. Prime form, up on top, getting what I think about like putting themselves in the top 3 just on day 1 of play. But then suddenly everything just started falling apart. And if you ask me, was it them doing anything wrong? Perhaps, because it feels like their aggression is punished several times over, a lot of the times. And it always feels like there's Lamborghini as well as Paragon are very disconnected from each other in terms of positioning. I'm liking the fact that they're saying, okay, we're a bit too aggressive and it doesn't allow us to play off each other's position in a way that we could just, just toss the ball to each other when it comes to trades and rotations. But now that they've slowed it down a bit, it's really nice to see them kind of do this, because it gives them so much space to aggress without losing too many members at once.
I absolutely agree. It really felt like they took over the spirits of VOIN Donkey for these past couple of matches, where they prioritized that form of stability. They got themselves hefty of points by doing so, and perhaps this formula is a little bit more simple than they overcomplicate things to try to, like you said, aggress other teams and walk away with empty-handed, or maybe have the whole teams to crash out. So better look for the Savior. Still within the top 3, we will expect them to have perhaps just about enough points to qualify for the grand finals, if we judge from all the performances coming into the teams who have played here. But you definitely still do not want to miss the next weekend. Nobody can afford to miss that weekend, especially for those that did not qualify to this Super Weekend itself. Meanwhile, KAGENDRA, so far, they've been able to at least upkeep a certain form of tempo. A team that is unafraid to take up fights when necessary, and plenty of times as well. I felt like KAGENDRA have also had the same sort of notion where you were just talking about the Savior sometimes going for certain aggressive pushes. I felt like KAGENDRA also got themselves caught in situations like that for majority of the games, but at least the trades did actually work out half on their favor, so they still managed to back out like 3-5 points per round. So that's a good stability of numbers to be added per round to keep themselves afloat.
I mean, last map of Erangel, did I expect it to be a different tempo? Not really. Did I expect it to be super aggressive? Also not really. I think the initial hits that we've seen so far were just more tags. I think it's just the usual way of the start of the game today, of this entire week, honestly. And I think I may have read the entirety of how these teams played wrong. I think because this season is a lot shorter, there's a lot more caution there, a lot of hesitation as well as we go into this week. It's very different than from previous seasons, right? I think some teams can get a little goofy, a little silly, a little aggressive sometimes, but there's always that idea that we can go next. But because there's less chances to go next, I think it's really changed the way most of these teams approach this game. I mean, the teams that want to play aggressively and as quick as usual, like MEC, like ENAM SEMBILAN, like Flash, has been constantly punished for it.
Yeah, now that you brought that up, like I still remember, past seasons, a lot of teams, they test out different rosters, swapping in and out within a day. And for them, it's just like you just gotta try everything out of the playbook. This time, you got to tie up loose ends and ensure that every round really counts. When you want to make that substitution, it has to be somewhat of a decision that makes a whole lot of sense than to just blindly test some players out, because PMSL, this is top tier tournament. There's no random trial and errors. if you snooze, you absolutely lose out. I guess that's the main point of shortening up the season, to ensure that every game is super enjoyable, not only to be watched but to be played out when it comes down to how these teams actually take a duel and the level of seriousness that there is coming in from all the teams that are involved. But here we go. Secret just got subbed in. Hero received a couple of attacks coming from RRQ and are just moving right underneath them. This could be our initial fight that we're getting over onto the Lumber Hills, as RRQ has already held this position for a very, very long time. OSJA hoping to chime in, but they are just by the back end of the hillside. Now we do get a little bit more confirmation that it won't be around the military sector. It will move deeper across farm. A very familiar region for BTR to actually play this one out, but they are playing over on the north side, just leaving in the school territories. ENAM's Milan's in a really nice area of play, but being there so early, I think they're just going to be challenged by multiple teams.
MEC. You know, I always think about these teams. If you ask me, like, okay, if you're gonna be looking for a team right now to go into the top 3, who is it gonna be? I wouldn't have put MEC at all for quite some time, mostly because it's been mostly quiet from them. You know, early bow outs as well. And I think the team is doing great right now. I think that for a team that's just newly formed, coming together in terms of chemistry, it's getting there already, a bit disconnected. But for the fact of the matter, for this team that just came together for this tournament, they're doing great already right now. Not only are they doing great, they made it to the first Super Weekend, overcoming big names such as Alter Ego as well. So this is something to be excited about. And you know, when you talk about aggression as well, we've seen so many of that happening throughout this entirety of the map. We saw Boom Esports already losing one member. Now BTR is in trouble. This is in fact the second time that eArena has managed to really overwhelm this team. And it's really forced BTR into this very dangerous place right now because they have to retreat. They have to pick up their teammates. They're in trouble. But you have players like Sakura, who's just so great on the grenades. You have players like Joker, who is just so adept at spraying. This is through different teams. They're fighting at the same time. But Voxy coming into the game here will manage to get one to his name. But NC2, you can rely on this guy. He is a very, very solid player. But because of this three-way fight initially, where BTR couldn't go anywhere, ENAM's Milan putting their hands into the cookie jar as well, and NC2 managed to just flank onto the side, it's been very devastating for eArena, this particular fight. And the same could be said about BTR, because this is the second map in a row that they've been denied fights early.
Yeah, and that collateral damage being brought upon both of these squads sees BTR at least securing those 3 points coming into from the substitution player, where Voxy was the one to actually bank in those 3 points. He knows that it's a lost cause already. They don't really have any cover grounds to work with, so they just go in to finish off some of the knock members of eArena. After that, like we saw, multiple teams are also prying onto that high ground terrain. Was it ENAM's Milan or some other name that we last saw? But regardless of that, it was definitely a very tough situation for them to really go on for that full committal. Meanwhile, for the rest of OSJA TH, they're just wrapping around the north side and found themselves bumping up against the rest of Team Flash. I wonder if they will settle the scores, because there will be a shift of the circle now moving right below the regional school. What we call the Potato Hill. We start to understand why BTR as well as eArena was so eager to take that spot, because that location seems to be one of the very powerful spots that you can actually hold out. Maybe they were just there a little too soon. Of course, going back into that fight, we saw Sakura was definitely the whole anchor for eArena to dictate that fight. And just like that, like I said, he managed to solely dissect and just eliminate the rest of the members of BTR.
Too much noise outside as well. ENAM's Milan, You know, it's great watching them play because they are just one of those teams that's just really stuck to their guns when it comes to approaching fights and what their objectives are. It's all about waiting for the right time to strike. And when I say strike here, it's not about hitting compounds or running over teams and taking terrains. It's about being that third party, being that annoying fly that's just bothering your opponents in the middle of the fight, stealing away kills, and completely overwhelming them. Because that's exactly what happened to both EA and BTR just now. Just because of their involvement, it ruined whatever tempo that BTR had in terms of trying to come back against eArena. And eArena suffered big losses as well because of that. And right now, it's put them in such a great place. Right now, I think ENAM SEMBILAN, even though they had 0 elims, but it's not to disrupt these fights. Personally, for me, I would love to see ENAM SEMBILAN actually secure those pickoffs as well in those previous rounds, because you saw Sundara just now, he was in a position that was so prepped to steal, but because he was a little bit too overzealous for that initial pick, he wasn't able to secure these kills.
Yeah, but I believe that there will be a lot more opportunities to come for ENAM SEMBILAN, as they are currently in the center of this current location where a lot of the teams will definitely drive by to just take refuge into the upcoming zones. While the rest of the teams who haven't managed to find those compounds around farm. So also note the fact that there wasn't many to begin with. This is why they are battling for that space. VOIN holds out, but it's RQ that came crashing the gates. VOIN now will have to give a little bit more of that space. Potato still within the shack of the Mushroom House. Will be naded off by Nepeko. Beautiful tosses coming from the side of Genfos as well, as they're looking for Zeta. Zeta's time to actually push right through. He might just be able to clutch in with the S12K, but not quite enough. Hazel arrives alongside with Genfos, and now it's only down to Vexy. Vexy retreats. He finds himself that tiny shack with no covers whatsoever, and look at where the rest are. DX, they heard all the noise. They also want a little piece of that pie. RRQ, they got to go in for that quick reset, and Potato, he will be counted out. Paragon takes that point away, and this is where all that ruckus will continue on, as it will swerve towards the northern end of the field. KAGENDRA now gets that big advantage, but they will definitely have to prepare for a big war ahead.
Not the roughest rotations coming through here, especially for RQ. There's just been too many times where I see that RQ is stuck at the side of the blue zone. I mean, at the same time, I want to say it's not their fault, but also it could be their fault. Their rotation timing has been halted a lot, and understandably so, because they seem to be meeting a lot of players, especially when they're kind of rotating into the circle. I understand what they're trying to do, which is these late rotations, really not get too aggressive, trying to get into that circle to avoid these kind of aggressive fights. Because holding a pause to my thought just now, again, I'm seeing MEC meeting up against another Malaysian team. This time around is CD Alliance. Previously, CD Alliance was going to fall to MEC. I was quite shocked at that particular outcome. But MEC this time have placed themselves a little bit more far out, do not want to play CQCs or close by fights. Instead, looking to hunker down in the back of this compound and hope that MEC decide to push out. But instead of that, I'm not saying that MEC is going to be taking any movement at all, because the blue zone is going to push right at them. Like it or not, CD Alliance has the advantage here because they have a little bit of a deeper hold through the circle. They have compounds, they have exactly that. They have angles held as well. And as the other team, MEC, push out, all they have to do is just spray the heck out of them. Mikiel rendered so low that that micro angle is going to just give away so much space to Olio, as well as keep just spray the heck out of them. And CD Alliance gets one pick off onto a member of SEM9. Depp knocked down already, and Depp will be lobbied.
Wow, these Malaysians are really cutting onto the same sector of the map. They have to take each other out. CD Alliance definitely had priorities being set straight. Like I said, the circle is already closing right in. So MEC was just hoping to make that a checkpoint. They didn't expect to run into the side of CD Alliance. Their only fault is that they tried to commit into a battle, which none of them really are supposed to take, because they really have to prioritize getting onto that rotation. But then again, CD Alliance says, okay, if you want a challenge, we'll bring it down to you. And just like that, it's already 5 points in for the top dogs of the tournament thus far. OSJA TH as well has gotten 5 just by playing around that northeastern corner of the map. So slow and steady, whoever wraps around those edges of the map so far has been coming out with huge numbers. And that also includes RRQ until the rest of OSJA runs them over. Big nades now coming from the top end of the hill. DX have been holding on to its high ground for a very long time. And
Nice
that nade was
nade.
perfect onto Furin.
Knocks down straight to his face as well. Another nade to come through and knocks down Yuhai. Oh, unlucky. Nade, there's a reason why you're named Nade, buddy. That's 2 perfect nades here as Mika gets really aggressive. Shotgun in hand. Jump shots bound. It's huge. Sets up the perfect side cut off. But doesn't really matter. This terrain fully in D Xavier's favor. Call it an accomplice. But D Xavier's now in trouble as ENAM SEMBILAN looks to join in the fray.
My Nate T is still making it rain, and they definitely gotta dodge every single deathlit right now. The more time being bought here, SEMBILAN's gonna be in deeper trouble, but at the very least, Boom currently occupied. Same could be said about ENAM SEMBILAN, trying to breach in from that southern area of play. CELCOMDIGI Alliance is gonna have the troubles cutting across with how many teams right down over the south side. North side's going to be pretty interesting as well, but for now, nobody is able to go in to flush out these members of the Savior up the hillside. Such a powerful spot, which we saw the battles taking place initially from BTR, from eArena, and right now, it's just really tough. A lot of all these players are just wrapping around the corners of the map. Mika somehow survives a lot of those ordeal. But he's not having that many resources. He's got to go and scavenge from all his fallen brothers. So that should be sufficient for him to still try to trade back if push comes to shove. Wonder what's going on over on the left side of the map. It seems like there is a little bit of a trading being done. It is Team Flash taking on KAGENDRA. Another uphill battle. But Team Flash, I think they've already grown accustomed to these kind of late rotations to try to squeeze right through. While ENAM SEMBILAN, we've talked about how well that their position was giving them benefits over onto these corners, but they're starting to lose it, and they will have to kind of push up against the rest of Blue Esports to make their way in.
A lot of action happening here. The wormhole set up, but ENAM SEMBILAN going to just say goodnight to everybody they meet as Boom gets completely exploded. Shot to the face. Pawnbit answers and Pawnbit lobbies. That's what he does the best here. But Sundara looking to equalize. In fact, instead of just equalizing, he just completely obliterates the entirety of the Boom Esports roster. What the heck was that? Because Kryptonite has been knocked, his teammate was knocked as well. But Sundara made things work, took up that space, and took the fight over despite losing 3. Yeah, loses their teammates, but a win, I mean, game is game, I guess.
Yeah, they made the right advancements, but the rest of the members were exposed to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and now they're here to sweep it all clean. Big nades almost over onto Olio, brings him down low. Sundara still trying to navigate through the smokes. Down to Leon's right now. Random sprays with Scar L. And now brings in the DBS. Gives him a little bit more signal warning. But there we go. Just final window pace. Not quite hitting it just yet. But the third shot will do for Leon's as CD Alliance once again dominating with 7 points. Runs right through. It's TM. Oh, Robinson. And it's SOZip and Co. that will be able to crash out the rest of Team Secret.
TM, this time around, they said, okay, we have to be a little bit more decisive on how we push, how we play, and that's exactly what we've seen. Isosep has been such a great pivotal player for the team. I think when it comes to more decisive style plays, aggressions and takes, he's been the one who just really kind of pull or just push that aggression, push that tempo for his team to kind of like go big. And I think it's great to have this kind of player as well, because when you see the front line, it's always SSIP. When it comes to that last final man standing, the person to change the trajectory of a game, it's always Bright TH.
Yeah, Bright so far have always held it down for the rest of TEM, and SO have always been able to really land the killing blow every time he goes into a battle, so you gotta always keep this member alive no matter the cost. TEM Entertainment found a little bit of a resurgence coming in from the past couple of rounds, despite not really landing themselves into the top 2 situation, but this time, it is very, very doable for TEM. But the biggest question right now to all the other teams remaining on board, the Saviors so far had too much control over the hillside. TEM could potentially be the next team that can put up a strong challenge, but there's still Team Flash They spot out the rest of Temp Entertainment. I think they've been duking out for quite a little bit when they were going on rotations as well. So they're just keeping them pretty much within their own sights and not to really overcommit as well. NC2, despite after them taking the battle against BTR, I'm just surprised that NC2 have found himself a good enough crease to hold out for so long here into the stage 6.
Trying to open it up here. Flash. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of their positioning this early and with the man disadvantage as well, but I think they're gonna at least try and make it work. They have a bit of a terrain, they have smokes, they have vehicles as well, but they're neck to neck with their team, so close to each other, and I think they are so aware of that, so they want to make sure they can take these fights. But I can see in terms of momentum, in terms of speed, KAGENDRA is looking to start it off huge. As Baus eats, actually, excuse me, it's Young that takes a big chunk of damage from that nade as well. For eArena, NC2 as the last man standing, he's looking to stay quiet, just tucked in a corner. His hand is holding on that nade, so I think he has something in mind here. Just to make sure that those corners are clear, no one's gonna rush at him. My god, KAGENDRA, what the heck is that? This rush up here is devastating. It's aggressive. Road kills left, right, and center, jumps out. Young tries to make it work. But the sprays are just too much to handle. KAGENDRA, the speed is overwhelming. It's too much. It's just... I don't think Flash was even ready for this initial hit. And before that fight even ended, the Xavier has rushed up forward as well. Somehow, managing to find one there is going to be eArena, but TEM going to close him out, so he's not going to survive for much longer. But DEX putting so much damage onto KAGENDRA as well, kind of breaking their formation right now. The speed or whatever holes they have in mind, now broken.
Crazy, the overkill, the rampage coming in from the side of KAGENDRA sees them reigning supreme over the top end of the hill. D-Saber tries to push down, trying to negate teams from cutting over, but it's still not going to quite cut it just yet. Temp Entertainment sees the weakened side of KAGENDRA. They want to take them out. Ichan still trying to heal himself while Achil has already been saved, but they aren't allowed enough of that space to work with. The rest of Tem striking decisively, naded out Ichan, little boy to follow next, and with that flank coming from Noah, he is soaking a little bit of that pressure coming from KAGENDRA, but they have already reset it just about enough, but not quite just yet with the push being so strong coming from Pride. Oh, Pride. He is the shining beacon of hope for them to score that chicken dinner right now. The rest of Vampire Esports, they managed to outlast all the other teams coming from the south side, and they want to join the party and all the noise up above.
That's massive right now. That nade managed to knock down 2 members of the players that's hitting down this area. Parajin getting active. The nade will fall. That's actually barely hit Estosip, so he will get knocked down as well. But Schweppes, Vampire Esports from the corner, they've kept relatively quiet here. But Tony K fights his way up, shoots TM in the face. But there's all done and out, but not before 10 elims is in their bag. Nade T, he does great damage with the nades. That's the reason why he chose that as his name. Nuzi and Schweppes side by side here, both teams duking out. The nades are good here. Nade will be the one to eat those shots and the nade damage as well, leaving Parajin all alone. A 1v3, not the easiest way to play. His teammate is alive, so some information can be relayed, but he peeks out. 2 guns pointed at him. A winner chicken dinner for Vampire Esports, and this is the form we want to see, and the question is whether they are back.
My, that was a big throwback, just like how it used to be. A Thailand versus Vietnam El Clasico, and Vampire Esports have delivered a big blow, and they are finally getting everything right this time around. No more mid-rotation crash outs, and you see that form of stability for Vampire Esports when they're given room to fight back. You can say the same about D-Saber as well. This time they show a little bit more ferocity. They were holding up that high ground for the longest of time, but you saw how many teams were putting up the pressure, and eventually the members of DX kind of crumbled a little bit more, but it was an explosive run. This game ended before we would hit stage 8, and things were just going absolute mayhem throughout all these scuffles. KAGENDRA came really closely, but man, VPE, they found the right opening, the right timing, and they just managed to just secure away with a big win. Close it out.
I think in terms of numbers, it's not really the highest numbers for VP, and I think it's because they're kind of like keeping quiet and avoiding these mid-game fights. They don't really get active toward the last few circles, and that is when we start to see Schweppes and Nuzi really start to get active. If anything, I mean, I sort of agree and disagree with what you said about those mid-game crash outs because they did get picked off there. Tony K did, as well as I believe Onsen somewhere toward the end. It was Schweppes and Nuzi that was kept in a position where they were like a little bit more aggressive and taking up space and surviving. And I think the idea that they're able to adapt in this situation instead of going aggressive and understanding that they have lost one of their players really early is that they just had to just survive and then just pick off every single elimination in the end. At 8 eliminations is very, very respectable. And let's have a look at how that game went.
Great to see the rest of Vampire Esports are back on track. And of course, TECNO Savior, they've definitely delivered another masterclass to give us that El Clasico. And when it comes down to that uphill battle, it seems like Vampire Esports still remain to be the kings of the hill. And we're also seeing the big surge of Thai teams that have been able to find great resistance wrapping from the outskirts to be able to secure a top 4 finish for Cam Entertainment and also OSJA TH.
Really fun to see this come online. I mean, earlier in the day we saw a Malaysian derby, 3 Malaysian teams up on top, and now it's really changed trajectory. It's more of the mix as well as Thai players right now. But Tony K, haven't seen you up here, buddy, in the MVP screen. Welcome back, homie. Love to see your face up here. And I think this kind of brings back to what you said earlier, that throwback of what we want to see from Tony K. It's huge if you think about it, because in terms of how it's going to be working, 395 is respectable in terms of damage, but again, it's still very uncharacteristic for me. I think after so long of watching VPE play, them play this more passive game is very new, but at the same time, it also shows us that they have a lot of depth in how exactly they approach these games, how they want to play it, and kind of figuring out or adapting to every other single team, because I think for them, they're really quickly learning that whatever they used to do back in the day, the aggression, the individual prowesses, is just not happening.
Yeah, and overall, I'm just really glad to actually see that all these teams have already stuck back into what works best for them in order to really rack up the majority of these points. The Saber came in really close, though. They managed to rack up a total of 70 points, putting up a solid defense up the hillside. And once again, CD Alliance, they are still putting those double digits despite not getting anywhere close to the top 4, while the rest of the pack saw very tough hustles coming in to even navigate the areas of farm. We understand why that the average point this time around is only about 1 or 2 when you're in the middle of the pack. But now, as we head into the overall rankings, the Savior, I talked about their consistency. They're about to be the next team to bridge into the triple-digit club. DTR on the downward spiral, though. Definitely the outlier from the top end of the board. But you're already looking at the Thai teams now climbing up and up. OSJA TH now takes number 5, and Vampire Esports push through to claim number 6. That will also mean it's going to be a small little slide for Boom Esports as well as VOIN Donkey, but still within the touching distance for them to still close the gap.
Exciting. I think when you look about this one, a lot of teams that we saw on the up and up trajectory kind of going down as well tells us a story here, and it's more about that break in between, right? A lot of teams that start to get really active, really hot, were toward game number 2, and you're like, okay, now that these teams that really surprised us, showed us a little bit more of what they can do, are they going to be kind of like riding that wave forward? And I felt like that long break really broke that streak, and then it allowed other teams to really figure out what went wrong and just kind of overcome from there. Vampire Esports is definitely one of them. Again, it comes back to my question in the beginning of the show, is that how much does this pressure, how much does the idea that we only have 2 maps left to go will affect you? Now, it's great to see this Malaysian invasion streak ended by VPE, because we love a little bit variety up here. As we go into Miramar, I can expect the pace to be a lot more slower in the beginning, and it's going to be really hectic if it is this slow, because we can remember today, one of the most interesting things as we saw is that how many teams are still live over at phase 6 and above.
That's true, and I do think that this actually gives more opportunity for the teams coming from Indonesia to also be well-oiled enough to actually take a lot of all these long-range trades. And other than that, of course, you guys could check out all these new offerings in PUBG Mobile. We are celebrating our 7th anniversary with a music collaboration coming next week. So yes, make sure you log in, as a familiar friend is on his way to greet you with a lot of great banging music.
Now, as we go into Miramar, again, mentioning about tempo, mentioning about, you know, how teams are going to be approaching this map, I think it's really important to note about how, not only in terms of tempo swing changes, but also in terms of rotations. I think that for Miramar, rotations are not only a lot harder, but so important, especially the timing as well. I think in the interview in the halftime with Tom, especially, I think he talked about how it is so crucial the timings of getting into the circle. Early is something that a lot of teams really need to pay attention to. And a lot of times as well, I feel like a lot of teams really fail to meet this one very important requirement, mostly because of how these rotations have been disrupted. I'm talking about how we've seen players from OSJA, from ENAM 9, from SEM9, from CD Alliance, who are so quick to hold onto a compound, and if anyone were rotating inside the circle, it's just sprays and it's already goodbye and good night. But predictions are here right now. I think both of us are agreeing. I think finally our predictions are coming through, at least for Vampire Esports. But for me personally, Boom Esports, a great start, but a bit more of a quiet end here is something that D do not want.
Yeah, they didn't want it at all. Like, you saw that fight that they were taking over on the Wrangle kind of is a forced fight as well, holding into that position, and that circle kind of moved away from them, which at least they gave themselves a little bit more chance for the last stand, so they still walk away with a little bit of something. But if you give more space in the map like Miramar, I think they definitely can do wonders, and that's the reason why I'm taking a lot of all these picks onto teams who definitely can play both a controlled style as well as aggressive at the very same time. So that being said, I think like moving into this map also gives a little bit more breathing space for a team like BTR, which everything went right yesterday. Today, not so much. Now you give them that space, they can recover, they can actually do a whole lot more, which just like what we saw from yesterday's run, BTR definitely were a huge threat to many of all these teams out there. While eArena, I've been keeping my eyes on them throughout the entire day. Even when they have maps where they crash out early, it is because of the fights that they do take. So I love seeing that proactivity. But when you look into Miramar, I think they are within the top 5 top point scorers in this map.
Honestly, why do you think that has been a factor?
For eArena, you mean?
Yes.
I think it's due to their smart choices of rotation and just their predictions of certain areas to play out, which is advantages or disadvantages. Where last night you saw that they also made it the top 4 for most of these rounds of Miramar. There was also that round where, you know, that unplayable area, that awkward moment with Tem Entertainment. You see, they get to all these crazy places just like they knew it's gonna be there, and it's all due to good calls that they do make. And other than that, firepower wise, sure, you can say a lot of other teams can match up to them, but overall, Joker as well as NC2, these are the 2 usual suspects that has been able to really bring back those hefty amounts back to the team whenever they get into the fight. Other than that, it's just the kind of stability to also understand terrain advantages. I think that is the biggest factor that teams have to get adjusted to compared to all the other maps.
Yeah, certain events just I think you hit that right on the nail. I love that point from you coming forward. I think we talked about eArena, I think throughout the entire week, it's just been so great from them, seeing how they can so quickly go to where they want to be. It's never really about stopping. It's never really about trying to get those frags. They already have one goal in mind early, which is to get that positioning, and the rest just kind of falls down onto their laps. And speaking of that, let's see whether or not eArena will make this map theirs as we go into the first Miramar of day 2 of the Super Weekend.
Always sunny and beautiful here in Miramar, but we are starting on a very, very tough terrain here, as I do believe this to be from the northeast corner of the map. We do see a little bit of that ocean, therefore a little bit of a cutoff for those who love to play far south or far north, but for those that love to play around the central area, this is going to be a happy day for them, where they get to just drop into specific locations. What I'm also interested to actually see in this round is how VOIN Donkey recovers, because today it wasn't exactly the usual stable day that VOIN Donkey actually plays things out. You can say the same about the rest of the Indonesian veterans that have come over the block. The only biggest victor from Indonesia today, other than of course Boom Esports, I guess, are the rookie teams like ENAM that has at least made some notable proactive plays. Well, even with proactive plays, surely they put themselves at risk. KAGENDRA, they are definitely the main hustlers coming out of the bunch, but overall, I think this is where they get to at least pace themselves a little bit better. So, no outliers this time around, but I do see that Boom Esports are pulling right across RRQ. Is that gonna be a little bit of an early challenge? I hope not. I mean, these two teams, they definitely want to maximize those points here in this Super Weekend. But we are getting a very familiar circle. This time, I think it will be a little bit more centered around Chupacera and the Valleys.
Getting active even before everyone goes down. Nice, Jimmy. I think he's understanding. I think he's trying to feel like, okay, I think he's feeling good, honestly. If you ask me, CD Lions, they feel good. They feel really confident, because these kind of plays, showing your hands this early, is just something else. And I think, yeah, it is a gamble, but for him, there's a lot of confidence in his own personal play as well, which is why he's okay to start off with that. Not enough to get a kill, but, game is game.
Yeah, just get a little bit of target practice out of the way just to get themselves warm up as well. But we're looking at two Vietnamese squads just next to each other. Break versus Lamborghini is something that I want to watch. I'm pretty sure that they do know that there is the form of a rival. Lambo just making sure that he's well prepped up. He's found himself a level 3 helmet. Could prove to be very, very useful in a close skirmish or even long-range trades. But Break, he's not really moving too much. He's got no other options than to actually take that Mini 14. So he needs to be very, very precise. And talk about precision here. I mean, with a level 3 helmet, that takes a couple more extra attacks. Lambo says, you know what, brother man, I'll just respect you. I'll give you that space. I'm not going to go for 1v1, because it will still be very costly if you lose the leader of DX so early on.
There was a lot of talk just now about what we expected to see from D Xavier. It's really cool to see that not only individually every player, really thrives, but it's nice to see that, compared to in the previous seasons where it's all about Parajin, it's all about Lamborghini, having Levi's and Nate as well go a little bit more active and really taking out the spotlight as well is always a pleasure to watch. Speaking of a pleasure, this early fight is definitely a pleasure to me, given the fact that tempo has been very slow today. Beautiful double swings and sprays to completely obliterate the entirety of the Team Secret roster there. And surprisingly, I'm surprised, because at that point, Break was behind D Xavier. I was expecting a backstab, maybe a knock, maybe an answer or reply, but the awareness D Xavier has in this situation is phenomenal, because immediately Mans turned and all three dropped down at the same time.
Yeah, I love the idea of Lambo, right? At first, I was thinking like, oh, he's falling back because he respects Break. No, he says, guys, we have company. Let's take them on. He went over onto the city, picks his teammates up, and then it's just full go time where Team Secret tried to actually break out of that situation, and they knew that, okay, they're around, we have to take this fight. Even despite them being a little bit more prepared off of the wheels, I didn't expect it was just an overwhelming challenge coming from D Savior to just quickly gather up all the members, and that double swing absolutely was pixel perfect. Coming from Paragen, from Nate. So far, they've never missed. And speaking of Vietnamese teams, it's going to be Vampire Esports to challenge another, and that's going to be Team Flash. And suddenly we find ourselves with Team Flash at the very bottom stagnating. They have such a good grouping when it comes down to the weekday run, but this weekend they are just struggling to make ends meet. Quick knock over onto Bose. And I feel like that's the core difference. They always put Bose on the front line. I feel like he works better from the back, which he hasn't been being provided with enough assistance, and just like that, he gets picked off. Team Flash plays with 3 members now.
I've been looking at Team Flash day 1 and Team Flash now as like night and day, honestly. They haven't... honestly, if I want to, like, you know, say what's the problem from the side of a caster, it's really hard to say because we're not looking at them all the time. But on my screen, I'm always seeing Zeus try and make things happen in a good way. By the way, I love that he's getting proactive. I love that he's getting, you know, he's trying to make things work in his favor. Sometimes when push comes to shove, they're just kind of dropping like dominoes here. They're not getting picked off at the same time in a team fight. It's just one by one they get knocked off. They don't really have an answer to kind of keep the team intact by the time that end game happens, is number one. So it really forces Zeus to be individually, you know, gifted, or kind of force Zeus to go out of his way to play the hero at that point. It feels like desperation sometimes, and it's really sad to see them like this, because at this point, you know, you thought that maybe in the second day of the Super Weekend you might have an answer to this, but at the same time I kind of get it, because whatever adjustment you make, other teams are going to be there. You can't really, you know, expect every single adjustment to actually work out in your favor because of how heavily RNG these circles are. So it's either you adapt or you fail, and I think that for Flash, they haven't found that sweet spot between adapting and making sure they can stick together.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on with that one. We definitely see that they were being put into very uncomfortable spots on whether it's going to be a battle to take or for them to play a little bit more defensively. They kind of have to hold back a little bit on some of all these aggressive plays from time to time, which they tried many times over the course of day 1 of the Super Weekend. It didn't really result into something fruitful, so perhaps they just really gotta just hold back for a little bit. Even despite that, I guess with the difference of changing into how they position Bose into the front line as well, they gotta ensure that at least somebody's gonna accompany him for him to convert some of all these numbers when he does go in for maybe a sudden trait. But for now, of course, we'll let them figure it out. eArena, though, they have a really nice spacing in the middle of Picado. Always a nice spot to be. Back then, a lot of teams loved to fan off to take this region because you could just rotate just about anywhere. And the first phase usually will still land on top of your head because it's in the direct dead center of the map. But, of course, sometimes it's still going to be very troublesome when there are also other teams that's going to be surrounded that vicinity. But at the very least, eArena got that whole region of the north to themselves this time around. Vampire Esports is going to be holding on to the center, just slightly across to Macera, which is where eArena is currently driving towards. So we might see that tie versus tie battle yet again. KAGENDRA holding over on the west side, and meanwhile, it's a three-way battle. Lamborghini this time spotted out by RRQ. Great tags. And that is a sharp shooting from the Pekko to hit onto the dome. And speaking of sharp shots, even more headshots to come with OSJA versus Team Flash.
Flash gonna be quietly waiting for them to push through. OSJA realizing this, and I don't think they want to get too active, especially since one of their members already got knocked down here. It's secret to fall, so I don't think they're going to be able to get him back in the game. So I think this tactical retreat is great, understanding that breaching that area is going to be hard, but instead of breaching that team, they decided to go against TEM. What an unlucky situation. Noah alone here will be sprayed to heck. Cannot answer, cannot react. Red Bull barely survives the initial encounter. So for now, the team is relatively healthy, alive. Still have to worry about three members of TEM, but at least they are in this sort of stalemate. They can be happy neighbors for a few minutes, you know, why not?
Yeah, just a few minutes perhaps. So for now, it gives themselves a little chance to recover after taking that 10-member out. Like you said, I was just kind of taken aback onto how aggressive OSJA is actually taking some of these early fights. And understandably so, RQ probably had a wider range coverage with their wide position spread out throughout the hillside, so it isn't exactly a very direct challenge, even up against Team Flash. They managed that pick off, but if you were to fully commit into that church fight, it's big coin flips that they really have to take. It's go big or go home, and this time OSJA take a little bit more of that smarter choice. Still being handsomely rewarded, and we shall see whether if they will actually fully commit towards TM later on. But for Boom, it's going to be a very steady notion for them to slowly wrap around the north side. The last we checked, there was only eArena, while Pondit does actually find the rest of 7-9, or should I say, that's going to be Vampire Esports Tony K unloading that entire clip from the AUG. A very tough spot to be for the rest of the Malaysians, as they will not be able to actually seek out those members from coming from up top. Tony K could actually lob a couple grenades. Levi's kind of hiding out. How did he end up here? He's the only DX member that's currently in this position. Where are the rest of them? I mean, is this a desperate attempt or what? His vehicle blown up mid-rotation, and I guess he's just going to be stranded from now on. I don't think it's also wise for the rest of DX to follow suit. You can see how separate he is. Nate all the way from the far back. I think that it's going to be tough to even cut in between Tem as well as OSJA. So Levi's, he's all alone now. While the rest of Boom Esports, they hold on to the far northeast. That's going to be a lot of ground coverage, which they can play off from.
Satar back in. I think Satar played in the beginning of the day, and now he's back inside the game. Personally, for me, I think with Voxy and Satar, I didn't really see a big change in the strats or how they approach this game as well. But I think survivability-wise is much better compared to before. I think 2 back-to-back maps just now, BTR was struggling. They weren't able to hold on. They weren't even able to survive up to the mid-side of the game. They got knocked out very early. Anyways, wow, that's rough. Car exploded. Levi's knocked down. Parajin's as well in trouble. I don't think they were anticipating how many teams are in this area of the city. That's a long-range pickoff by Onsense. Honestly, mad respect. VPE, you could definitely tell that one win they had just now was enough to really activate them, kind of put them into momentum. A bit late, but it's definitely enough for them. They already have 2 pickoffs already. This high ground very much in their favor. You can see the way their crosshairs are headed. They're marking every single team that's across them. So at the very least, if anyone were to be in that rotation, he would definitely spray them out. Maybe just even get a pick or so in the midst of people kind of fighting in the third party situation. But speaking of third parties here, we have the king of third parties. There we go, Kryptonite. A whole lot of bullets onto Mikhail, and somehow Mikhail managed to stormtrooper his way through. That's insane.
I love the word stormtrooping his way through. I mean, it really feels as such, where, you know, all these stray bullets flying left, right over the map, and sometimes it connects, sometimes it doesn't. For stormtroopers, probably never hits. But overall, I think like it's good enough pressure for them to secure that hillside. RQ finally got a little bit more of that leverage so far. Vampire Esports, like you said, they're playing Kingmakers over onto the central area. OSJA TH now finds a little bit of that dip to actually get themselves a good cover to slowly pick up whatever pieces DX have actually left. D-Saber, very unfortunate. They went into this bull router too early, having too many teams being across the region, and they just basically got blown out. But at the very least, they got those 3-pointers right there. DX still at number 2, unchallenged, unless BTR had that magical run with those 30-pointer in one match, then I guess they will be overtaken. But for now, things are still looking pretty clear. Just a little bit of a standstill at the moment as teams are waiting for that circle to pop. And where's it gonna go? It does favor the rest of KAGENDRA. So this is gonna be a wide heal. Majority of these teams could still find some of all these cracks as well as terrains to cover ground. eArena in the really nice spot for them to actually hold out other teams from cutting right in. But can't really say the same about Vampire Esports. Now they lose that priority. They gotta start shifting away. OSJA TH so far been on the hunt this time. Looking for tigers in the wild. There is gonna be a big defense drop right in. Molotovs, frag grenades, you name it. Gilway's gonna get him. Byron as well as them. They all crash down and Sam9 is obliterated.
That's a great take by OSJA. Very patient as well. Great use of util. So I like this change in pace as well for OSJA because before this it felt like it was very aggressive. You always have Yui kind of going in the back line and the rest of team kind of like converging. But this time they're understanding that it's best just play off util and then fully commit. Anyway, speaking of committed here, BTR in trouble once again. It's the third time. This time is Razy. That is just way too close for comfort there, buddy. Barely surviving the initial encounter. His car nearly blown to smithereens, so not the best outcome. But for now, they're going to be thankful that they're managing to keep intact given the fact that they only have, 2 players left alive. But in their situation, I'm a little bit concerned because it feels like both players are so separated from each other.
Separated and purely occupied as well. Satar, as much as he got brought back in, he does have, of course, that veterancy to actually lead the pack. But overall, when you have lost too many members, you could really only fend for yourself this time around. Going up against Boone, I don't think that they fancy their chances as well, which is why they are turtling in for the very moment. Until Boone makes a firm advancement onto other areas of play, then only they will have safe enough room to actually breathe out. For the rest of Team Flash, we initially saw them really taking some prime locations over on the southern side. They will have to journey their way in across this difficult terrain as they drive directly into the warehouse of MEC, and they were so prepared. 2 members down. Kim, he's doing it all, and he shreds them apart.
No way, Kim. That is, oh man, that's balls. That is massive. Heavy balls right there. If you see how he played that, he was out there in the open. He went out to greet the team as they were hitting that compound, and because of that, as soon as they dropped out of the vehicle, they got dropped one by one. But the fight's not done yet. Their work is definitely not done, as ENAM SEMBILAN has been waiting here for quite some time to not only take up their space, but also to third party comes through. They've managed to put in the initial hit, the initial damage, but not enough to kind of riddle down the numbers. Because now they have to worry about something else. It's also VOIN Donkey kind of hanging around as well. It could be a 3-way fight, or the team could just wait for the other team to push them. But now, CD Alliance also in trouble as well, as the blue zone is pushing through. OSJA, they have a compound to play with, but they're the ones with the cover. CD Alliance out there in the open, it's so hard to rotate in this way. OSJA is eliminated, but they've done the damage, 8 eliminations.
Yeah, they've already pounced multiple teams this time around, have their backs exposed up against the rest of CD Alliance, who have just arrived in the perfect timing. OSJA Esports surely has definitely done enough, still holding on to that top 4 spot. And the way that these members from MEC greeted the likes of Team Flash really was akin to having a Ramadan open house overall. And speaking of that, they welcome more on board. This time it's ENAM SEMBILAN. Being out in the open for far too long isn't exactly the best plan possible, but Krypton will still be negated. Great effort coming in. It's actually coming from Vexy as well. VOIN Donkey charges true, and that is going to be Krypton out of the game. 10 Sky will have to surf further in the open. None of these teams are in the circle just yet, so it's going to be a 3-way battle to get right through. Oh, this is definitely going to look very intense. VOIN Donkey, as much as they are late to the scene, they can still have a lot of high impact on how these two teams make or break this horror rotation. Mikael does get a glimpse, but he gets tagged instead. great sharp shots coming in from Potato, and just like that, it suppresses the rest of MEC. While they're kept busy, this is a flank coming in from the rest of Vampire Esports. 2 taken down, now down to Razak only. And this is just going to be troubles up ahead. Potato arrived rather late. It's down to Oxus. He gets the trading done. 1 HP left, and they've done it. VOIN Donkey. They overwhelmed Vampire Esports when we thought that they looked good. Now it's all up to Streps. He does get that shut down. Still 2 members remain for the rest of VOIN Donkey. Can they go in for the recovery? No is the answer. Schleps will deplete the entirety of VOIN Donkey.
That's insane. Just one person to annihilate the entirety of the team. And now before they could reset, look how fast MEC is walking right now. They're pushing. The sprays are huge here. Shrap's trying to make it a little bit more aggressive. But MEC, they're very much ready. So they eliminate Vampire Esports. But Vampire Esports, I have to say, this is a very spectacular round for them. Because they've already managed to get 7 eliminations before dropping out. But for MEC, and this is what I was talking about in terms of how every single fight means every single person is watching, especially in a map that kind of relies on his long-range hits here. Joker has been huge when it comes to his long-range sprays, and I think that for Joker, it's really exciting to see him go for his first contact plays because whether it be long or far, he's just so quick on it. But MEC somehow managing to survive this initial hit, but not the same could be said about SEA Alliance as they get knocked out here with only 2 eliminations. This is such a different tempo from this team.
Yeah, they've been chasing the blue zone, trying to get right in, and when they do arrive, they are met with the wrath of all the other teams ready to greet them as well. Solely having members to be picked off is exactly what we've been seeing coming in from the past couple rounds coming from CD Alliance. Well, I guess they definitely have plenty of these points to still have wiggle rooms, even despite crashing out on this one. While the rest of TEM once again meets up with eArena. Exactly what I expected. Some of the Thai teams here to be playing in a very strong approach. Even for those who have crashed out, we saw high elimination points for Vampire Esports from OSJA TH. And they will definitely continue to aggress whenever given the chance to. Boom Esports, clean room for themselves. This time it's going to be such a great game for the Indonesians. All of them are within the circle, leaving only ENAM SEMBILAN to also join in the party as well. So this could be a big Indonesian party to really gatekeep the rest of these squads who are not inbound just yet. MEC though, big questions on them on how do they approach the next phase. Either they take on this fight against eArena to create a little bit more room, or else they have to swarm through all the Indonesians who are already inbound. So they got time to plot, but it's only 15 seconds from now before they make that decision.
2 teams outside the circle? It's such small amount of space as well if you think about it. TM this time, they're gonna just try buy some time, rotate over as they get into that circle. As soon as they heard the gun sound from the other teams just spraying at them, they drop down. And immediately their reaction is to use this natural terrain to their advantage. I think everyone knows at this point where Razy is, especially since he's all alone. And I'm quite surprised that he's been able to survive this long, being very, very quiet. Like it or not, TM, they're gonna have to take this fight against Razy. We've seen 1v2s by this guy. Holy crap, hold the phone. Because what the heck is that, Razy? He gets one knock, immediately drops into the car and repositions himself. Opportunistic, yes. Aggressive, also yes. Changing fate and pulling it into his own hands, yes. MEC doing the same thing right now. This terrain currently not in their favor. eArena, they thrive in these situations. Look at how fast Striker is going as Joker's nade hits him straight in the face right now. NC2, he's already breached the back line. They know exactly where the members of MEC are. And they're getting sprayed to heck. One member knocked down already. Make it 2. NC2 will be the one to put in the hurt and the pain. Team is the final last man standing here. He cannot seem to really lock these kills anymore. Cannot bring his teammates back in a 2-on-1. Makes it aggressive. Makes it hurt for NC2. But the 1-2 punch from eArena is a bit much to deal with. 5 eliminations, 7th place. Good play from them. But eArena to come out on top in this fight.
Nicely done by eArena, the way that they just push on with that form of assault, just having perfect backing for each other. MEC, they definitely took a while to make that decision, and that's where eArena kind of pounces while they were trying to make those firm decisions. But it's been a really good round for MAC as well. They walk away with the 5 corners that they've gained from those form of rotations, as well as teams driving upon them. And I think one of the biggest moves coming in from the rest of MAC was to actually gate crash the rest of a weakened side of Vampire Esports. While we continue on, ENAM SEMBILAN are now hauling upon Tiger. He's barely surviving. Suki, so much damage coming from the grenade. Here comes even more. Managed to dodge quite a number, and he's still surviving, and he's still going up against the spike. Tan Sky, is he gonna falter? Nope, it's still gonna be closed out, but the nades are good. Oh my word, now it's only down to Sundara. He's got to run out his hill. eArena is taking over.
What the heck is that? This was not in the script. Hello, somebody flipped the pages, because that was not their fight to win. Okay, NC2 finally falling, but to give them this long of a survival time, doing that much damage to so many teams, stealing away 9 eliminations, it's not the... again, it's just... that comes down to that positioning. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be one certain terrain. It's how they use these terrains. It's phenomenal.
Baffling, right? The kind of aggression that they're displaying despite having, you know, certain disadvantages. You saw Tiger, he barely survived. He says, press on, I don't care, I don't need healing, I got my team on my back. And he just go and just viscerate everybody else. Of course, KAGENDRA took that opportunity. They weren't allowed to be resetted, and that was a good notion. Now, like I said, all the Indonesian teams were in the circle, and they will now play it as if this is PMPL Indonesia. But who's going to be the biggest winners here? There's like 4 stacks from the side of Boom, KAGENDRA, as well as RQ. And Razy, definitely he's made himself known for far too long. So that is the only outlier. BTR still made it to the top 4, so that has been a decent, respectable run. But now, these are equal fights. Everybody's got 33% to their name. KAGENDRA holds the high ground though, which is why they have a higher percentage based on their production's predictions.
This is crazy. We have a 3-way, almost a 4-way, excuse me, Indonesian derby right now. Each team with 4 players still very much alive.
Take your time. Well, yeah, exactly that. Like, overall, Indonesia have definitely shown that they really understand that some of all these terrains are going to be very vital. And for me, they've definitely played a whole lot of all these matches in Miramar for plenty of all these seasons to also understand that if you're going to be playing on the south side, these are some really strong areas of play, which is why you are seeing pretty much an equal stance. Everybody holding onto the ground, unwilling to make major advancements. But the onus right now is on Boom Esports. They're on the lower ground, not exactly in the zone yet. KAGENDRA doesn't have the zone, but they could have a lot of safe room to cut in from the east as well as south to play it around. So I really do wonder if this is going to be the case. RRQ currently not within the contention of all these from the race between the two. They can still slowly wither them down as we see big things dropping right through. Oh,
how did
that
not
looks
clip
scary.
them? It barely even damaged them. Okay, those sprays put in the damage. There we go. It's actually insane when you look at Boom Esports here. And a lot of the time these fights are happening, they'd be against a team that's on a higher terrain. But somehow, as soon as a player pops the head out, Ponbit and Yummy, I'm not too sure how great they are at their aim and recoil, they always manage to nearly knock someone out. And just now, it was Nerpeko.
Yeah, speaking of knocking somebody out, the next one to falter here is going to be Zero as they try to close the distance. But Fury is going in all alone! That was not intended. He was expecting more Boom Esports to follow through, but they are being held right back. All these utility perfectly primed at Boom Esports. KAGENDRA, I think they can take their chances right now. RQ is kept busy, and it is their moment to strike. Now, even more hurdle nades come true. This time, coming from KAGENDRA, Boom Esports on that low ground, and they don't have any form of leverage. It's really down to Pumpit if he could seek out Lapar, but he's in such a defensive stance. big jumps coming right through, and this is where they fully commit. They have that tree stack to try to overwhelm. The TECNO does get the knock onto Pombin, and this is all hell's broken loose. Boom is no more. It's KAGENDRA versus RRQ.
Finally, they were able to break the defense and really utilize that high ground to their advantage here. Nambeko is going to be the one to take the tip of the spear here, just to give a bit of space for his teammates to go aggressive and reset. But the two players in the front row will meet with KAGENDRA face to face right now. Casper not able to hold on, so he will fall first. And the rest of RRQ, they're refreshed, they're resetted, and they find different ways to approach this fight. Smokes around here, immediately Nambeko will just lobby one person, not allowing them to get the pickup right now. KAGENDRA, a 2-on-4. Numbers not in their advantage, terrain not in their advantage, and RQ fully overwhelmed is now just down to formalities as KAGENDRA will fall, and RQ, they come up huge.
The King of Kings win the Battle of the Hillside, and they are back on track in this Indonesian derby. Just goes to show that they're definitely not out of the tournament just yet. As much as we saw them staying very quiet for the rest of the run back in day one. RRQ, when it comes down to Miramar, you always need to respect what they can bring to the table.
Wow, Viva la RQ, truly! For me, it felt like they had a very, very slow day, a lot of hesitation, okay, maybe the right word wasn't hesitation. Maybe the right word here was, in fact, calculating. Really just calculating and taking their time. Most of the time this week, for me, in particular, I thought they took too much time to calculate, too much time to figure out things, too much time to get aggressive and get active. But today it felt more decisive from them in terms of how they take their games. Just now, in that fight against Boom Esports, I was concerned because you could tell they were hesitating. Very, very passive. I was concerned because my biggest concern just now was because if Boom Esports were ever to breach the terrain, they would overwhelm. But then you saw Nambeko as well as, I believe it was Hazel, really take up that front spot, have a nice cross for the top side of the area, completely spray and make it paint and rain from above. And that was how Boom Esports was able to fall. And because of that, they lost two. It was knocked down. They had to pick up their teammates. And then you saw a different style of play coming through. We saw Nambeko put down those smokes, go aggressive. We saw Hazel falling over to the other side of the terrain to go for a nice little choke as well. It's almost like the beat grinder. They keep KAGENDRA at bay. The teammates come online and fully overwhelmed. And I have to say, it's great seeing how teams have this nice push-pull formation to come through when things go wrong.
Yeah, this has been a very decisive strike coming in from RRQ in comparison to the map that they played back in Erangel, and we just love to see it. Speaking of which, let's take a look again on this victory round of RRQ to elaborate further. Back into the action here, RRQ with a newfound confidence moving into this Miramar run. look hella good on how they've been able to really steer away all these advancements coming from Boom, coming from KAGENDRA, and yet again, they prevailed to be able to claim their title as one of the kings of Miramar from the early days since they've ever joined the competitive scene. And when we take a look at RQ, surely they've definitely backed the biggest of scores, but following closely has been eArena, KAGENDRA, as well as Boom, where as much as we talked about the Indonesians really dominating that whole circle towards the final areas of play, eArena has definitely done a big number by eliminating all the teams that were moving from the southern side.
You know, even though RQ took the chicken dinner, I really think that the main character of this particular map is eArena. From how they play with those terrains, how decisive they were with those fights, it's really huge and really exciting to see how they play, even if they were at a man disadvantage. But enough about eArena, because this game is all about Nerpeko. I think he's like the funniest player of the RQ team. I think whenever I do interviews with him, one of the funniest things to hear is just how his expectations are about the team and how he approaches his chemistry with his teammates as well. Great stuff from this guy. Now, coming into this one, I think it's huge that he's putting in at 662 damage, and it mostly comes because he is the tip of the spear for the team. He's very aggressive, he's okay to take up that big space, and I think that when his team is hesitant, he's the one to take up that front line and say, hey, if I can start these fights and come out huge with one pick off early, y'all better be coming with me. And that's when we start to see that collapse come through from RQ. And it's huge. 10 elims, 10 rank points, and I think it's such a great match from them coming into this newer map. And perhaps, don't quote me on this, but perhaps Miramar might be that mental reset they needed to kind of put themselves back into that groove.
Yeah, overall, I have always seen RQ in Miramar. They've always looked really like these strong contenders to challenge even the toughest opponents out there. And I'm glad to actually see that they managed to recover from some of all these deficits. And they've been hanging around on that second page for far too long enough. And just like that, they surgically climb right through. With 20 points aiding them, now they are just right below Vampire Esports, holding on to that number 8 spot. And we also see another steady climb from Boom Esports. But just look at how neck and neck things are actually is. With OSJA, TH, they may not be able to hold on for far too long on that number 5 spot if they don't put in decent numbers in the very final round. So it's up for grabs. Anybody could actually get there. So RQ, 65 points. At least they know that, hey, this is a healthy number for them to still maybe have a whole lot of breathing space moving into the next week's Super Weekend.
You know, you mentioned Super Weekend for next week, so I got super excited. I know it's Smash Roll, but like, you know, if it's already chaotic this week, right? Given the fact that we only have 2 days for Super Weekend, imagine next week.
I'm trying not to think about next week. I mean look at how crazy
anticipating
numbers already, right?
I
am anticipating. I definitely will be watching it because, like, you imagine, like, the first day, Saturday, the bar is set to 80 points right now because of BTR. BTR today was just taking a chill pill. They were just saying, yeah, we used up all our strength yesterday. But, you know, the rest of these teams that have been playing for this long, grueling week, now we see Team Flash at the very bottom. I want to see them bounce back, but I feel like they ran out of ideas. They got to find something in return, and this is their only shot. But speaking of shots here, the top gunslingers on your screen right now, eArena today absolutely delivering it. And of course, RQ, you saw that round, how immense the output was. They are now being placed at number 2, following closely as been KAGENDRA and OSJA TH.
I think the numbers in terms of damage tells a story, and it's a great story if you ask me, because it shows how, like, for eArena, not only is it about getting that terrain, but the amount of damage that come through has been from just kind of spraying anyone that mid rotation, just chunking down their HP is number 1. Number 2 is how they're able to just really take these fights. It's really important to talk about these things because it shows how exactly the rotations and their objectives go, but it's very different to other teams, right? I mean, the 1K, 1.2K trajectory when it comes to damage, it really shows the story that they only got really active toward the end of the game. So that's just me personally. But enough about that, because for the Malaysians who are eager to watch the grand finals of the PMSL SEA Spring. It's going to be happening very, very soon on the 14th till 16th of March at the IOI City Mall Exhibition and Convention Center. This one is the one in Putrajaya. You don't be me and say it's Puchong. It's the wrong one. Go to Putrajaya as number one. And number two, if you guys are flying in, I am excited for you guys.
Yeah, I'm super excited. For a moment, if you didn't tell me it's Portugal, is it Damansara? Is it Puchong? But hey, yep, you got it absolutely right. And tell you guys what, lock in from March onwards to explore the new terrains and what the game has to offer in PUBG Mobile version 3.7, where you can play with this brand new Memory of the Sand update. And of course, the golden moon is about to rise and the memory of flowing sand will once again begin to drift. So make sure if you guys have not logged in, you can update the game or download it right now through the Google Play or the App Store. So it's been a long week, Tash, and now we're only down to that one final game. I think that we've been pleasantly surprised with the performance of certain teams really surging up the charts here on the Super Weekend. And also, we're left astounded as to how certain teams have dropped in their terms of form, which, you know, it does happen because the nature of the tournament is just that competitive.
Yeah, it really is. And I think especially for this season with the emergence of the newer teams from PMNC as well as PMCL, yeah, there has been like a bit of a, I would say, a gap between these three leagues in my opinion. But the fact that you're able to find these hidden gems and bring it up here and they can still stay relevant on top says a lot here. I would say, yeah, it's also a part of individual skills, but I also really want to talk about the support staff, because when you bring these players in, you have to really integrate them into a team and really kind of put them into their role and how they want to play off each other. I think that most of these teams, especially teams like KAGENDRA or BTR bringing in Federalis, has done such a great job of doing that. So that's why it's just so different looking at this season compared to the previous seasons, where it's just so dominated by one team and it's always the same players just really coming up in the, you know, the MVP or scoreline.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. And then, like, you look at all these new names to be promoted into the league. They weren't exactly those teams that are shy because we're new. They are ready to make a statement. You saw KAGENDRA, they're putting up those damage numbers because they say, it's go, go, go. We got nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. And we just love the mindset of these players that have been able to really put on quite the showing. And last round, top 3 finish, or should I even say top 2, because they managed to outlast even the likes of Boom Esports. So it definitely is some really great results that they have been able to achieve in such a short manner of time. And Vampire Esports, wait, that's actually VOIN Donkey just blowing some kisses and giving us fans what we want to see over on our cams.
It's always fun when players really just flirt with the camera. I think I had a conversation a while ago about how these players are a little bit more shy to talk to the camera, understandably so. I mean, they grew up with mobile gaming, they are a little bit more introverted. Most gamers are that way. But the fact of the matter is, as you know, as they mature with the game, they are also maturing in terms of their personalities. And this is what the players as well as the viewers really, really like. And I can definitely see, I think for some of these teams, the pressure was actually really landing. I think in the previous match before Miramar, you could see, I believe it was Nuzi and Tony K that were just sort of like doing some breathing exercises. They had their heads in their hands. You could tell like how much they need to figure out what exactly went wrong here. I know the team talks are always exciting, especially before the game. If you guys are over at the venue, you can actually hear some of the teams have their like you know, like BTR go 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 or something like that. It's very loud, especially Boom Esports. It's hella loud, and I can tell that it really keeps the blood pumping. It keeps them on fire, which I love to see as well. You know, if say that PUBG Mobile does one day do a documentary series about this, please let me know, because I want to know the psychology behind these things.
Oh, I do think that there are a couple of documentaries out there from prior seasons, but I don't know where is it hidden in the archive. I wish I could make some links to you. It definitely is very interesting because you did talk about, you know, some players, they are a little bit more reserved and some are very, very vocal. CD Alliance, they're definitely part of the vocal bunch these days. Back then, they used to be those shy kids, and, you know, early days when you start to play this game, you got really good at it. You were still maybe sitting with your shorts as well as your t-shirt back at home playing with your friends online, and next thing you know, you're traveling the world. You're also playing on those big stages with roaring fans that you've never even thought about fans at all. And these guys have grown to adapt to all these new lifestyle, and I would say there's definitely more to come for even all these new promoted names like MEC. If they do make it to the top 16 by the end of next week, I think that there's plenty of Malaysians that will definitely root for them.
You know, when you talk about Malaysians, I think a lot of Malaysians are very, very supportive of their players as well. But this year, so last year, you know, we saw the fans from Indonesia, from Myanmar fly into Malaysia to support their favorite teams, right? And it honestly baffles me how loud these fans are. The only team that had like the loudest cheer in Malaysia out of the rest of the Malaysian teams was, guess who it was, Contra? Guess.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance?
No, it wasn't.
SEM9?
It was SEM9. They had drums.
I remember.
I
was
drums.
there.
Yeah, they had drums and they had their own song and cheer. That was so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I would love to have these drums rolling and with all the fans yelling at each other, supporting their favorite team. And tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very final game of the night here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Here in the Super Weekend, we'll see who will squeeze the final few drops of points. Let's get it on!
Well, as we go into this final one, I am expecting big changes. Yes, there wasn't a lot of a break just now in between map 5 and 6, but it is enough for teams to really figure things out. If you guys were over at the venue, what's really important, this is something you have to really pay attention to, is that in between games, you start to see all the support staff start swarming over to the desks of the players. They bring in maps, they bring in notes, they bring in videos, and it's like a 5-minute pit stop in between each race car, like when you watch F1, right? And then you can start to see each coach and support staff start pointing out things that they need to fix. I'm not sure how effective these quick changes are, but sometimes it works.
Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes you just put that player with even more pressure. So it really is based on the state of their mentality, which is why some of these teams also deploy psychological assistants coming in with their own psychologists or just mental coaches, which is definitely crucial when it comes down to pivotal points of, say, a tournament. Right now, Super Weekend number 1, I would say it's still very, very vital for them to, of course, gather as much to qualify for the grand finals. But sometimes when you see a player struggling, you gotta quickly identify what exactly was the pinpoint of the pains that they were suffering in the matches and what needs to be done before they get into that info overload stage where they have to start to assess the game again. So yeah, if you're going to be at the top of the table and your coach says, oh, you just got to fix this and that, it's like, okay, chief, we'll listen to you. If you're on the bottom of the barrel, oh boy, you're like, okay, which one do I follow, right? So I guess like right now, the ones at the bottom of the barrel, I wonder what's really the conversations like for a team like Team Flash that's been around for, you know, a couple seasons already. And ENAM SEMBILAN, since they are the new kids on the block, I would say certain teams who got promoted may not have like a crazy, well-equipped staff kind of approach to have 10 people swarming at you, for instance, right? Maybe just your coach, maybe just the manager, and like, okay, you have that heart-to-heart talk for a little bit, and then you just decide, okay, you guys make a call and just follow through. And I think things have somewhat worked out for the side of ENAM SEMBILAN. They are still putting those points, so they're not definitely just down and out for the meantime. But definitely, it has been very crucial on the support system. Everybody that made all this possible to provide us with exhilarating rounds from all the teams out there.
Look at how quiet everyone is early. I think everyone is trying to figure out their own way around the map this early. Now, I am so kind of like intrigued by the score right now because look at how much space CD Alliance has put between them and the rest of the team. If DX wants to even come close to the score, do you know how monstrous the amount of points they need to do to catch up right now? And I'm not even kidding. CD Alliance could go out early and they could still maintain that first place spot.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? On the level of performance that they've been putting up. And for DX to do so, okay, let's count just for fun's sake, since we got plenty of time in the early game. D Savior will probably need to take out at least 30 over players, 35 to make it sure, and that will have to include CD Alliance not scoring any points at all. So that is a baffling number, which I don't think we've seen it all together in so many seasons. Probably the highest that I've seen in maybe prior seasons was like a total of 27 elimination points. 30 is kind of almost untouchable because you gotta literally take out everybody you see whenever you chance upon them. So I guess like DX, they're happy enough they can settle for second. BTR, maybe you just want to put in a few more points so that they don't get overtaken and still have a really good space for them to play the next Super Weekend. But when we take a look at the middle pack, it's ultra competitive. Boom Esports 67, 66 for Vampire Esports, 65 for RRQ. These teams, they're about to have a little bit of switcheroo by the end of this round.
I think in terms of positioning, it's so exciting. I think, look at how many teams are in Los Leones right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in Los Leones. 2 in La Bendita. And 1 in Pecado. That's how aggressive the middle of the circle is already. And personally, for me, you know what, Contra, I'm gonna be team Urban Warfare ending this time. I'm gonna agree with you. Usually I hate it because it's very slow, but this time around, with the with how people have been playing with the DBSs, I think it will be fun.
Yeah, it definitely will be, but the players absolutely will dread it in a certain sense. It's like, oh, we already had a really long weekend. You're telling us that it's gonna get even more difficult to put it into the Los Leones, but fun to watch. I definitely will agree with that. So we'll see if that will actually happen later on. So we'll keep our eyes peeled to that while the rest of these teams are still navigating their way. It's definitely going to take a while before we actually get ourselves into any form of the action. But for what it's worth, the circle, of course, appearing over onto the southern side of the terrain does open up a lot more room. For teams like VOIN, Donkey, I guess they are a little bit far off, which we will definitely have to check out on how would they actually approach these regions of play, because they got to traverse the furthest as compared to all the other squads out there. Whereas, if they were to wrap even further from the north side, I believe there was also eArena who likes to drop inside of Mustafa, so it will be with a little bit of challenge for the Indonesian team that sees a little bit of a dip. VOIN Donkey started day one really strong. Today, I feel like out of many Indonesian teams, they're the ones who kind of stagnated. Whereas Boom Esports, they understood the pressure, the assignment. They needed to bounce back up. They have overtaken VOIN Donkey by a whole mile. I mean, that's like almost more than 10 points.
Right now, coming into this one, for a lot of these teams, I think I'm liking where MEC has placed themselves here, but for MEC, their positioning is very scary. They need to take this fight against D Xavier in order to go for that rotate out. The blue zone's going to push to them. They have to go for a hard rotate here to the eastern side of the map. They're not super close right now. MEC decided to say, okay, pit stop is what we're going to go for. Show our cards, show our positions, show our presence. But D Xavier, they're not looking to play ball here right now. They're looking to find that perfect positioning. And the thing is, a lot of these teams are forced to go for a very big rotation to the southern side. And this is mostly because if they were to cross through Minas del Val, cross through Chumacera, you have SEM9 there. They have full control of the terrain as well as that town as well. So if they were to go for this for the faster rotations, they would become dead meat.
Yeah, it was a very scary talk for these teams who are so far off. And going into the mix of a battle at this very moment is a death sentence for not only the opponents, but also for themselves. So I guess it's a good call to not actually erupt with a battle just about yet. For those who are inbound, take as many fights as you want. Team Secret over on the top end of the hill may have actually got a clue that the Pecco is right underneath their noses. So perhaps this could be a good opportunity for SOS. But if you were to be a little bit more of a curious kitten right now, it will be a little bit more of a tough situation. As you can see, how far spread out the rest of Team Secret are. Mates are already being exchanged. The Pecco just giving him a little bit more of a signal warning. That's just about it. I mean, they still have a lot of all these areas to deal with. Team Secret is actually holding the best spot possible right now, which is very understandable as to why RQ kind of won the spot to themselves. Great migration happening from the north end, so we expect Los Leones to be absolutely occupied. And tell you what, Tash, you asked for that urban ending. This could very well be the case.
Yeah, maybe. It could still kind of pull out to a bigger area. I mean, we've seen crossroads, right? It was supposed to be inside of the housing area, and it just pulled toward like like the big side of the roads or just the side of the terrain. And I'm just like, come on, you're right there. We go a little bit to the left to have like an urban ending already. Oh well, enough about that, because right now I'm actually quite surprised, because even though we're hearing a lot of gunshots in the midst of these rotations, no one is just fully committed to these fights. Again, I hate that I sound like a broken record. It's because it's so early and no one really wants to, you know, to go aggressive. Okay, I spoke too soon. There we go. Hazel's already knocked down already. Boom Esports getting real active right now. And I'm loving this fight as well, because this fight is happening right smack dab in the middle of the circle here. Is the terrains to the western side of Los Leones. And I think for a lot of these teams, if you guys are not in compounds right now, you're probably looking for that area, because this area doesn't have a lot of high grounds to work with. So while Boom Esports did take the initial opening pick to Hazel, Lapar answers back. He fires, so one knockdown, but it's just a matter of trying to get him into that lobby. And I think for Boom Esports, picking up the player and bringing them back in the game is not really a problem. Never mind, I believe in the caster Jinx right now. I really do, because every time I speak something, they just immediately, good night.
Yeah, and that's going to be Team Flash on the other side of the map that has been able to take out the rest of SEMBILAN for RQ as well as Boom Esports. It really felt like they never left that last round where they were battling for a chicken dinner. RQ still came up on top. The rest of eArena now trying to traverse across Joker. He's trying to trade right back, finds Potato. VOIN Donkey had the roughest of rotation. Now gets himself clipped up. MEC also getting charged by the rest of SEMBILAN. The moment that they've got that full reset, they crash right into the compound. MEC was not exactly ready, and these longhouses sometimes don't really provide you with just about enough vision. Speaking of the rest of VOIN Donkey, they want to go in for a pickup for Potato, but they do notice that Tiger X is within the territory. Gotta eventually look for this Tiger.
Oh, that's
Tiger
nasty.
does get that knock. Beautiful tax coming right through. He's gotta go in for a quick reload, and now holds true. Where is the rest of eArena? Are they gonna move right by? Joker's gonna join in rather
No
late,
way.
but that's just about enough time. Being bought by Tiger X so far, doing it all by himself, and here are the rest of the cavalry arriving scene. Zeta versus Sakura. Sakura goes down. Meanwhile, Tiger brings another one down. Oh my word, Tiger! You're a monster! And that's how VOIN Donkey just got no place to call home.
That is actually so great when it comes to how eArena approached that fight. It's about just trying to buy time for your teammates. It's great use of util as well. And the way they use util is just so overwhelming. Every single corner cleared out, which means they have nowhere to move but outside. And as soon as the players dropped out, it's just sprays and shots to the face, and eventually everyone will have to fall down. And now when we talk about takes as well, util thrown out already here. It's huge when we look at how SEM9 is playing, but SEM9 is just hunkering back. They're okay to play together. They're okay to wait for the util. But because there's not a lot of space to work with, I'm a little bit concerned, because one need is enough to just put the damage onto them, make their HP chunk down so low, excuse me. And you know, the amount of space a molly can take as well should just flush them out of the area. But the thing about them that's keeping them alive right now is the fact that for Flash, not only are they a little bit hesitant, they're not looking to really fully commit. They have everything set up already, but are they actually going to push? No, they're not. So Mika, dang, they are so aware. I was about to say that Mika would be able to pull the heist of the century if he's able to go in for the backstab. But I really gotta give it to Flash. They're super aware about the positioning right now. Trexie is low. Firan eats that nade as well. It's all about that final sprays. The pre-fires are really good. They're so aware that SEM9 will hold those corners, and they do these double swings. It's perfect. Flash, they're looking alive right now.
Absolutely, and like you said, the awareness is just supreme coming from Team Flash. The way that both have been able to seek out that position from the higher ground on the other side of the compound gave them a little bit more of that wiggle room to just have that full confidence to swing inside of the compounds to just take on the rest of Sem 9. Three teams have called it an early night for now, whereas the rest of them entertainment keeping themselves busy over the northern point, surrounded by names such as Team Secret as well as ENAM SEMBILAN. But at least working through this hillside, they do have a lot of cover ground for themselves, where Team Flash, once they won that battle early on, they have plenty of room to play. I won't say the same about ENAM SEMBILAN, who was trying to make a version over onto the side of Boom, which sees Zero clipping them out. That's only one pick off so far. The rest of ENAM SEMBILAN are also approaching, trying to see where exactly those shots are coming from. I believe they understand that Boom is not too far off, so they are getting themselves prepped up for another big fight. Interesting enough, it's going to be BTR as well as CD Alliance at the center of it all, while this is going to be a tough hill to climb for the rest of OSJA Esports, booking the lower end of the hillside. And I think this is just going to be a tough situation for the rest of OSJA to be able to even exit out of the city. This is just a dire situation right now. They also have KAGENDRA on their back, and Team Secret kind of assisting in this approach, or should I say they want to take on both teams at the very same time.
OSJA, I think Shopper QQ has called in the cavalry, so Secret passes through, so really Break will be the opening right now, but none of the shots are hitting. And you only gotta give it to KAGENDRA. They've been watching me for quite some time. The one answering back is not OSJA, it's KAGENDRA actually. And OSJA, somehow as they're moving away from their compound, other teams are completely aggressive, spraying at them. Joker in a 1v2. How the heck is this happening? Jump shot forward. And I think this time Tem is gonna be so happy they're able to knock him out, because Joker has done so much damage to every single team they meet. And the fact that he's able to knock one and almost taking that one player out before being traded out says a lot about how he is as a player.
Yeah, Noah especially, in all these sort of skirmishes that we've seen coming from the past round of Miramar up till this very point. Tam so far clears out fights rather quickly and a very decisive strike as well. So things are looking very, very good for the Thai squad that found a little bit more of that wiggle room from that northeastern sector of the map. KAGENDRA still stuck inside the city though. They have occupants in the name of OSJA Esports, which we just saw early on. Nate's now thrown right in. The rest of Boom Esports will have to steer away. Yeah, no longer in the circle. Oh, the tags were looking so immense. They'll quickly take a pit stop just to recover in time, but the rest of RQ, they're swarming through. This is not looking all too easy. They gotta also keep in mind that this is going to be a very long stretch if they were to stay longer for this fight. Boom Esports, they took it prop. Zero turns around and knocks them down. That this is going to be a tough space to be. RQ kind of asked for what they show, but this isn't exactly what's going to be a clean fight, as Tem is also approaching TS, who have Break to be knocked down. The rest of Team Secret, they were holding up to the high heels, and they will have to go in for that quick recovery, while the rest of RQ getting barbecued alive, and they are full sending Yummy into this fight. Yummy busted!
Oh my god! How the heck did he able to pull out the highest of that sentry? GenForce had no right to win that fight. What on earth is that? Yummy falls. Lobbied, but Zero at least able to salvage that one nade to the face. Oh my god, Contra.
That 180 swing. Unbelievable. Unreal. Like, that was a crazy reaction. And thank goodness Zero was sharp enough to be able to provide just about enough backing, but he's still in trouble. The rest of Tam now cutting across. We talked about this before. Tam has been on that spot on the hill. That vehicle that he has is already smoking up. This might make things even easier for the side of Tem Entertainment. So he is taking a long wraparound. He's willing to tank a little bit of the blue zone, but that is being seeked out by Paragin. Oh, the timing. So tough for Boom Esports. But hey, 5 points. No complaints at all.
This is a big gamble from all these teams, given the fact that in terms of positioning, everyone is toward the eastern side of the circle. That's exactly what I was worried about. If the circle will push to either toward the mid side or even the western side, because no one is there. I think the only player in the western side toward the southern area there is Flash. It's just Bose. All the way on the outer skirts as his teammates are holding on to the southern side of the terrain with like some compounds and stuff. Now, as we look at this fight toward the eastern side, D Xavier has been holding on this area for a while, and I think them, TEM as well as D Xavier have been kind of trading blows, but no one is willing to give up this space. No one eager to actually commit, and now they have to because the circle will eventually move here. The nades, it was good. Noah falls because of the nice sprays through the smoke as well, so it's a good read as well. You nade out one side and then immediately just spray out the other. It's great. Now, the player to go aggressive here is SOZip. I always talked and praised about how he's able to play this first contact, take the aggression of these fights as well, but this time they get punished for it. The nades and the smokes are just too much, sandwiched from two different areas from D Xavier. I'm loving this 2-2 formation coming in from this team.
Yeah, just perfectly clean executions coming from D Xavier, and the rest of Temp Entertainment, they took that dip, which does not allow them any form of advantages, and it was a desperate attempt coming out of SOZip where he had to try something because he understands that if they were to just continuously stay on that spot, they will still crash out. So I say valiant effort for the side of Temp Entertainment. So far, very entertaining to watch throughout all these mirror run, as they call it, an early night with another 5 points added to the table. Great on the side of DX. They also walk away with the 5 points and still remaining intact throughout it all. The Savior so far, from the place that they've hold out so far, so strategic. They will be able to slowly trade out against Team Secret, who are currently watching them from afar. But Frankie used to play in Secret DX back in the early days, and you know, so far with the rest of the Team Secret roster to have had certain DNA coming from DX, you can see the rotations are almost similar when they are playing out inside Miramar. Both sides taking the high grounds, but they probably won't be going for too much of those long exchanges. But take a look at Leon's. He's just got a crazy weapon in hand. He can definitely destroy weapons with that great weapon, I would say. Kind of forgot the name, but I'll get to that later on. Anyways, the rest of Kagendra. So far, playing it well enough inside the city. The only few teams that are actually within the city region of Los Leones. But look at the current standpoint of how the circle is closing up. It could still work towards the favor of Kagendra, which is why they're unwilling to climb up the hills, just like how the rest of the teams have done so. And to my surprise, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they took the center of the circle for the longest of time, but they found nothing in return. It was actually DX that found all these pickoffs from the south side.
Oh man, DX now has to take this fight against VPE to get to the circle, and even if they do win this fight against VPE, you have CD Alliance. They have so much control on that southern side circle. They have a three-way formation on the top side with Olio playing toward the bottom side of the terrain. They have a package by them as well. It's huge. But this one time, the one who's opening these fights is Frankie. I would say that's a very, very dangerous play. You're alone. Your teammate isn't quite close enough to trade you out. And they're out there in the open. But thankfully for them, they got the pick off onto Levi, so they can pick off each other. They can pick up each other. Excuse me. But like it or not, Vampire Esports with that whole apartment complex in their control, high ground area as well, full, I would say, bird's eye view of the arena. Even if they were to just cross through quietly, there's no guarantee they'll be able to breach into the city unscathed.
Yeah, this is why Frankie is trying to open up that spacing. And plenty of damage has been done by Frankie so far on those long-range attempts. Now he's going to see whether if OSJA is interested to go in for the revival. Yes, they are sending Secret to try to go in for the pickup. A very daunting task for sure, but it's only going to be Frankie that's now charging through. He opens up that space. But you got to also take notice of BTR. I don't think he's got a clue where BTR is at the moment. They've been on the hideout in Satar. He's got to take this chance and opportunity to shut him out completely. Exactly where I just jinxed Team Secret. I guess they have done just about enough to score 3. So, respectable run. But Team Secret, 46 points right now. Still within the danger zone. And they are currently in the top 12. Meanwhile, CELCOMDIGI Alliance finally gets a little bit of action, but not the type that they want. Tops overwhelms them. One member being knocked out, while the rest of DX also charging on the other side, sandwiching CD Alliance. Next one to falter is Leon's. Only 2-member pretty much healthy for the side right now, but they're preoccupied. And right now, the rest of Team Flash wants to take charge.
I am quite shocked at this, I would say, predicament right now, as Team Flash was one of the slowest rotations ever. They came in from the southwestern side. We saw that 3-1 formation they had. I was concerned because CD Alliance had so much control of that terrain. But I think Flash, they're kind of remembering that team identity, right? How aggressive they can go to take up space. And they completely overwhelmed since CD Alliance was just so preoccupied by the teams over on the right side of the circle. Now, finally, the teams are converging. Vampire Esports forced to meet up here, forced to take up this fight, and D Xavier loves this chaos. Nuzi and Onsens on the lower ground, and Nuzi takes a lot of damage from the initial nade. And Nade, he's not done quite yet. He has what, 5 nades, 3 smokes to play with. He can go on for quite some time now. But at this point, KAGENDRA, they love, again, KAGENDRA, ENAM, SEMBILAN, same thing right now. They're taking solace in the idea that they have a compound, they have a terrain to play with, and all they're doing are just these long-range shots, just kind of poking and prodding, hoping they can steal away some kills. But D Xavier, what the heck are these movements here? On the buggy, they move around, but we're not seeing roadkill. In fact, we're just seeing straight-up aggression as we come forward here, as D Xavier managed to fully overcome Vampire Esports, but the one standing in front of him right now is Flash.
These two Vietnamese teams going at it, back and forth, all these nades being lobbed right now. CD Alliance clip in between, Team Flash capitalized on that situation. They even took out 7-9. They were the Malaysian destroyer so far. Now they need to destroy the very top team of Vietnam. D Xavier, they're unrelenting. They're definitely not giving that space away. And after all these utilities all burned out, I think it is fair for them to eventually call in for the truce, while the circle does shift away. So right now, D Xavier, they are going to be having a little bit of a tough time to navigate. They need to climb down from this hillside. Same could be said about Team Flash, but at least on the opposite side of the hill, over onto the Western Plains, they have a little bit more room to wiggle with, which is what the idea is currently being played out by the rest of Team Flash. KAGENDRA, good enough that they have been playing on a very steady pacing, and like you said, they took those opportunistic moves to be able to snag 2 points thus far. BTR doing exactly the same. So right now, some of all these teams will really have to make a big decision right now to see if they could actually find a center ground. And nobody's going to be playing in the center just yet, because you can see that big dip is almost unplayable. Every attention is being drawn towards that same certain area where teams wish to be there just to hold out for position, but this is definitely not the right time yet for anyone to make those form of advancements. So this is where we'll see those trades happening. Lambo does find a knock, or should I say good enough damage onto Razy, almost taking it out.
Okay, KAGENDRA and OSJA both have, and as well as BTR actually, have compounds to work with on the northern side of the circle. There is a road kind of like separating them. On the southern side, it's just kind of like a derby right now between Flash as well as D Xavier. It's great because these two teams have been duking at it, but they're not necessarily getting active with each other. I think there's this sort of like quiet gentleman's agreement that we don't fight each other yet, but instead let's focus on the players that's inside of the compounds, because if anything, most of the damage coming through are from these long range fights. Okay, I think Parajin looks to break the agreement there. Spots at the head of one player, but this time around, D Xavier is at the back foot because the circle is not in their favor. The blue zone's pushing already. Flash has a bit of space to work with. They have like this lower ground terrain they can just play off of. They can jump down if they want to, but at the same time, there is that concern because KAGENDRA as well is forced out of the compound because the blue zone is pulling away from them.
And it's just so tough where all these teams will just have to take on whatever battles that they do get, while KAGENDRA further suppresses the rest of Team Flash by just about enough time. This might actually erupt a battle between DX, who's currently storming right through. You can see them slowly charging right through. Enough suppression coming in from both as well, just to give a little bit more response towards the side of Parajin. This is going to be the biggest battle between these two Vietnamese teams. Whoever does survive, they can dictate who gets right through to the next zone. OSJA TH, they're still being held right back. BTR having their presence being felt from the bottom of this hill, they're going to be able to just turtle on while still having the zone to their advantage. Nades are being primed right in. Team Flash wants more out of the rest of the Savior, but they still have the nades to also reply and respond. Big chip damage upon 3 members on the side of the Savior. Lambo is just going to full send it. They find that knock! Lambo, he's just going to see if he's going to make a whole lot more of a ruckus while they charge right in. Lambo now pulls his distance, but it's down to Bowles. He finds Lambo.
Fight coming through. I think this is great because just now that fight was just so prolonged. Player after player for D Xavier knocked down already. Flash getting active now, understanding the predicament, understanding that they need to go for that pickup. They're putting in the pressure, they're taking up the space already. BTR, they've been watching for quite some time already, and they realize that now is the golden opportunity. D Xavier is out, 10 eliminations, it's huge. Kagendra getting completely overwhelmed. Flash is right now unstoppable. As Kagendra stuck in the middle, they don't have access to the zone, they don't have access to the circle. In fact, low ground is the only place they have to play with. If they were to push through, they'd be in trouble. But Federalis is the one to fall down first. Snape answers. Institute back right now. Top's lobby. One more person to worry about, and it's Zeus. Flash cannot hold the overwhelming amount of firepower coming from BTR is massive. And Kagendra in the blue zone have nowhere to go. The pressure is on. And BTR run away with the final map, the final chicken dinner of the Super Weekend.
Elations all around. BIGETRON Red Villains rise once again to claim the final chicken dinner hole, and you saw the deceptiveness of this squad. When they heard all the noise coming in from the 2 Vietnamese teams over the top end of the hill, they say, hey, this is a good opportunity to now take over that prime spot because Team Flash has already been weakened up by the rest of the Savior. This was one of Flash's moments of brilliance, but they could not hold still with so much on the line there when they were drawing blood with the rest of the Savior. They got withered down. Kagendra honestly had no opportunity to even strike anybody up the hillside. So that call, whoever made it, was golden for BTR.
Honestly, that was a lot of teams still alive. What, each team had 3 to 4 players very much up there. And I have to say, rotations, while slow, it is understandably so. Urban Warfare, yeah, definitely. But it pulled away from the compound. So I called that. Contract, sorry, I gotta brag this part. I gotta brag about this.
Yeah.
It pulled through the road, right? But, you know, surprising enough, that area that CD Alliance held, alongside with D Xavier and Flash, it was so prolonged. All the fights on there were prolonged, and for one reason only. Because while they could just overwhelm each other, it's the players across the road, inside of the apartment complexes, that have been making it so hard for teams to fully commit to this. And out of all the teams that were holding on, from Kagendra all the way to Flash, etc., etc., the only team that was quiet was BTR. BTR waited for the last possible moment to climb up the terrain and overwhelm. In fact, because their rotation was a bit faster than Kagendra wasn't able to leave their area and even breach the circle at all. So they were stuck. Either they died to BTR or they died to Blue Zone. Great start. Honestly, if you think about it, not great start, great end. Wow, I've been saying great start for like 3 days now. I think it's been just embedded in my mind, but it's the end of Super Week 1. And I'm really happy to see BTR make it out on top here because they've been a little bit more quiet. I had a feeling that they were going to end the night to just really show their dominance. I had a bit of an inkling that they want to try and keep up with CD Alliance. Given the fact that CD Alliance was knocked out early and BTR, managed to come up right here. I don't remember how many elims they got in particular, but let's see whether or not they can even close out the gap a bit, because the gap just now between BTR and CD Alliance was huge.
Very, very huge. As much as it may not actually close up the gap, I think like BTR this time have shown us that they have other different shapes that they are taking. And speaking of shapes that they took, Snape has been the key member here to also make certain calls for the team, dealing a massive amount of damage, and was very pivotal in that uphill fight up against the members of Team Flash as well as the Savior. Now, what we thought about BTR has been the team that has been the main aggressors in many of all these matches. They tried it today, it didn't work out, which is why they have to bring in the smarts for them to actually play a very different style where they are a lot more calculated, and that decisive strike towards the very tail end of the match was what was necessary for them to get back into their winning ways. So that's a 20-pointer round for the side of BTR. Good enough to supplement them to close things out against CD Alliance, but I think that the fact of the matter is that it still will be them at number 2, whereas Team Flash, this has been the most important round for them, where they haul 15 points to still keep it very competitive for whoever enters the next Super Weekend. Now feeling with 2 points, and you saw how difficult things have been for majority of all these teams out there because of the nature of the terrain. But to me, my surprise was Team Flash on how they've navigated these early fights. They took out SEMBILAN first and foremost, and then they continue on to rally fights after fights after fights until they claim that top end of the compound. So, of course, handsomely rewarded for doing so. Now, we do have the total results, and the Savior have joined in to the triple-digit club, but BTR has tied the notch here just because of this chicken dinner. Look at the points. It's pretty much the same. If they didn't score the chicken dinner, if DX scored it instead, it would have been a different story. So usually if it's the priority of chicken dinners followed by rank points, BTR has it both.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Now, when you look at this start as well, I mean, I did say in the beginning of the game that CD Alliance, they can just pretty much go out early and still be at the top because the amount of space they have given themselves in terms of eliminations, consistencies, rank points as well has been massive. It's great looking at them, to be honest, and seeing how they play. BTR tried to keep it competitive, but for me, it's just looking like a domination of CD Alliance right now. And I think this is a story that CD Alliance usually have in the beginning of each season, right? They start off strong, and then week 2, my question is whether or not CD Alliance can actually hold on to this. It's looking great for them. I love it, but at the same time, other teams, they're always, that meme with that guy from Aquaman in the background? Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You have that player on first place, and then that guy in the back just rushing at you. Yeah, that's BTR actually.
Okay.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
I know.
Okay, now coming into the Super Weekend rankings here, it's great that I'm looking at 15 points here from CD Alliance. Now, you see, the points are collected based on your rankings for you guys who are just watching here at home. So this is what we're looking at right now, and regardless whether or not you have, you make it in the last place or first place, making it to the Super Weekend means that you do get those points that bring you over to the next week.
Yeah, and this is very, very important as well, especially for the grand finals, where you have these points to still be in the running for you to have that head start amongst the rest. Now, this weekend has definitely been very hurtful to VOIN Donkey members, which saw a really good day 1. Day 2, they kind of fumbled throughout the entire course of the day, not really getting those big results, so they only received a total of 3 points, sliding down the charts. Now, these are the other names that have not played the Super Weekend. I would expect to at least see maybe half of them to be able to bounce back. When you take a look at all the names like Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, Talent, I think that they have had just about enough time to prep, especially we have 2 days of break before we kick off with our next week's run. And mind you, this is the smash rule that they will have to play, so it's gonna reward those that are gonna have some bold plays. Speaking of bold plays, I think RRQ has done astoundingly well, especially Lapar on today's performance.
I think that coming into today as well, I think it's really exciting when you see these newer names come up on top. At the same time, the veterans are still very much veteraning. Forgive me, I've been hanging out too much with the Gen Zs. But anyways, as we go into today as well, it's really exciting to see that when you look at all of these teams, these newer teams that have just been promoting have promoted. Wow, English is not Englishing. It's really exciting when you think about these things, because when you look at Kagendra, when you look at MEC, okay, making it to the Super Weekend, great. Maybe you're gonna get crushed there. Not really. They make it competitive. So, and not only they make it competitive, they shoot back as well. So it's really terrifying, especially for the bigger teams, because everything they knew, everything they're used to, is now challenged. Which I feel like a lot of the time in the league for many years has been really, we haven't really been seeing that. Regardless, we are going to be going into the interview. Let's have a look at what CD Lions has to say.
And just like that, with a blink of an eye, we have concluded the first ever Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And I'm on stage currently with from one of the best teams that's performing in the league right now. It's CELCOMDIGI Alliance with Adik Luke and Leons. Now, I'll go on to Adik Luke first, because this guy he's the wonder kid, right? He used to be called the Suntik Legend. I'm not sure if he still maintains that old nickname, but I want to know. You in CELCOMDIGI Alliance, back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday. Today you did it again, or at least 2 chicken dinners today and yesterday. What's the secret sauce to your dynamics here?
Okay adik, apa senjata rahsia yang buatkan adik Luke boleh dapat back-to-back chicken dinner semalam dan hari ni pun dapat 2 chicken dinner?
Rahsia dia Jimmy lah, sebab Jimmy IJL kan.
I think our secret sauce would be our IGL, which is Jimmy, because he's the IGL obviously.
He makes the calls, he takes the shots, and I guess you all benefit in the process. One more thing though, you look like a very confident kid, so I want to know personally, do you see yourself far ahead in the competition right now?
Adik rasa pasukan CELCOMDIGI Alliance ni dah berada di satu level yang jauh tak nak dibandingkan dengan tim-tim yang bermain di PMSL sekarang.
Bagi saya, kita orang sama je macam tim-tim lain. Semua tim-tim dekat PMSL SEA ni sama je, sama rata. Tak ada yang atas, tak ada yang bawah.
No, I don't think we have an advantage, or maybe we are far away from the other team, because I believe that all the teams that compete in PMSL is basically is on the same level.
That's a very diplomatic answer, but let's be honest, CELCOMDIGI Alliance way ahead, triple-digit points in the Super Weekend itself. If you were to label yourself, differentiate yourself from the rest of the team, what do you think you have that they don't?
Kalau boleh ceritakan sedikit perbezaan di antara adik dan juga tim-tim lain, apa yang adik rasa CELCOMDIGI Alliance ni ada yang tim-tim lain tak ada?
Saya rasa mistake kena kurangkan mistake Kalau banyak mistake, tak dapat game yang baik.
I think the things that differentiate us from the other team, I think for this week actually, we did a little bit less mistake compared to other team. I think that's one of the reasons why the teams cannot catch up with us.
I like it. You know what they say, the green is the color of greed, and if you make a mistake, they capitalize on it. Now, moving on to Leons on the other hand, I don't want him to be standing here all by himself. I want to know, Leons, is there a different strategy for CELCOMDIGI Alliance now that you're at the top? Is there a different way to play the game now that you know people are going after you rather than kejar points?
Jadi Leon, setelah dengan hasil hari ini, kamu ngerasa ada nggak strategi yang bakal dirubah ataupun apa yang bakal kamu lakuin di minggu ke depan? Karena mumpung sekarang kalian udah berada di atas, tim-tim lain itu pasti udah mulai menandai CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Menurut Leon sendiri?
Kalau strategi buat kedepannya ya pasti bakal berubah. Udah itu aja, pasti bakal berubah.
Okay, so yeah, I think we would slightly change our strategy. It's because of course, like you said just now, all the teams like put their eyes on us, so we need to be careful on that as well.
Does that hint for, let's say, future discussion coming in next week? Will there be a swap in a roster or swap in a drop spot? Is that something you can disclose to the people at home?
Jadi kalau bisa dicerita, apakah mungkin CELCOMDIGI Lions bakal merubah roster line-up-nya mereka ataupun mungkin berubah drop spot CELCOMDIGI Lions sendiri?
Kayaknya berubah drop spot cuman SuperWeekend ini aja deh. Besok tabrak Bravo lagi.
Okay, so basically I think if we gonna do some changes, maybe we just gonna do some changes on drop spot, but then it's on the SuperWeekend. On the group stage, we just gonna crash everybody.
Okay, I like it. We're going to play by ear. Talking about playing by ear, play style, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. You know how in PUBG Mobile there's the turtle strat playing the outside ring and there's the bar. How would you describe CELCOMDIGI's Alliance signature play style?
Okay, kalau bisa diceritakan sekarang di PUBG Mobile ada yang namanya mungkin mainnya sedikit pasif, sedikit agresif ya kan. Kalau bisa cerita CELCOMDIGI Alliance itu dengan satu kata-kata. Kata-kata apa yang menurut kamu sesuai untuk CELCOMDIGI Alliance sekarang?
Ngendok.
We just turtling. We just turtling. That's all.
So play it slow and take it to the end game. Okay. So how do you explain this? I think CELCOMDIGI Alliance has come in contact with the likes of Boom, with the likes of SEM9 and even MAQNA Esports. If you're turtling, why are you winning those fights and coming out on top?
Oke, kalau kamu tadi bilang kamu playstyle-nya lebih ke arah ngendok kan? Kok bisa ketika kamu bermain kamu pasti ratain SEM9, Boom dan juga bisa jadi MAQNA Esports juga, gimana?
Oh, ya itu nggak sengaja ketemu aja. Lagi juga kalau ada yang ketemu kita ya kita hantem.
Okay, basically we don't plan to meet them actually, but then if they meet us, we just gonna crash them again and again.
I like that answer right there. It sounds like a threat to the rest of the teams in the lobby. So knowing that next week is a brand new week, I guess you know what to do if you want to get those points. Stay out of CELCOMDIGI Alliance's way. And I think with that, we wrap up this week of the Super Weekend here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. I'm going to pass it on to you, back to the casters to take this one away.
Big thanks to Key for that fabulous interview with our champions of the Super Weekend, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. I just couldn't help but to hold back some laughter when Leon just tell us something so contradicting as to how CELCOMDIGI obviously plays. Like, he says, oh, we're turtling, we're playing so defensively, but they're getting all these crazy numbers. I mean, they're the top dogs with the highest elimination points. I don't think there are any turtlers right there in the squad. But hey, Tash, what a week that we've gotten ourselves into, and there's going to be a whole lot more chaos moving into week 2.
Yeah, I think in week number 2 is going to be very interesting. I expect a lot of adjustments coming up forward. Teams at the bottom, I expect big comebacks, especially from Alter Ego Aries. I mean, this is the first time in a long time that we've seen them not participate in a Super Weekend. So I expect to see them back in form next week, hopefully. And I think that if anything, I hope that these new underdog teams that just been promoted would remain to stay at the very top. Regardless, this is a great week for CD Alliance, given the fact that they got 4 chicken dinners this weekend, a back-to-back chicken dinner somewhere in the weekday as well. They found a nice little, I would say, kind of hold between their usual style of aggression as well as passive. And I think what's really important right now for them is how they want to challenge the allegations, because right now, I'm seeing a lot of these allegations that CD Alliance has a problem with getting ahead and then completely choking. I want to see them this year really just beat those allegations. But then again, sometimes it might not just be their fault. It might just also be the fact that every single team is looking to level up. So let's see whether or not this adaptation in 2025 might look good for them.
Yeah, overall, I'm hoping that they have that full stamina for this long marathon. Well, I say long marathon. It's been shortened just a little bit. So I guess that there definitely is going to be a very solid chance that the CD Alliance can really run the full length without even dropping any form of energy at all. Of course, all energy to all these teams out there where they've been able to show us such a splendid play. We definitely look forward for a whole lot more. So we'll take 2 days of break and then we come back on Wednesday for our week with the brand new Smash Rolls. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, Tash Bunny, and my name's Contra. We definitely want to see you guys again, so make sure you hit that like and subscribe, and we shall give you guys the latest updates real soon. Till then, take care and have a good night. Bye.